Be seated. First item on the paper is member statements, and I call Patsy in.
A
fortnight ago, I made a statement in the Assembly commending the Ulster Council for its decision to allow the Antrim Armagh Championship game to be held in Antrim. That decision has since been reversed, and I stand with the Antrim team as it continues to argue its case to keep its home advantage. I congratulate and thank the organisers of Plenary and Seachtain na Gaeilge who organise for the fortnight events in my constituency, musical events, fun days and book launches, to name but a few of the events organised. Those events, whether in Irish or in English, enrich our community. I wish every success for them in the years and festivals to come. Coming straight after the success of the festivals that I have just mentioned, it was announced that Belfast will host Fleadh na hÉireann in 2026, the world's largest celebration of Irish culture and music. It is estimated that more than 500,000 people attended the events of the Fleadh last year. That is great news. And the economic boom will be of great benefit to the constituency. It is hugely exciting for our citizens and our businesses, and it is sure to have a positive impact on our communities for generations to come. So congratulations to Belfast City Council for accepting the application from Childcare Childcare. Thank you.
And I today want to pay tribute to Alderman Beth Adger, MBE, Mayor of Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, who sadly passed away on Wednesday of last week. We all knew her as Beth, and she was an absolute champion for her community. She was first elected to Ballymena Borough Council in 2005, serving the people of Ballymena South. And after RPA, she represented the Braid area. This gave her an immense pride, as she was a Canalbana woman, and she was able to represent that area, that townland, when it came over to Mid and East Antrim Borough Council and the Braid area. And so she represented her people with great strength and courage. And where did she find that strength and courage to represent so many people, Mr. Speaker? It's because she has lived a life of service and dedication. But she also struggled in life. At age 17, she was diagnosed with cancer. And she had to leave the townland of Canalbana, the hill country, to go to London, to Fulham Hospital, to take part in what was one of the first trials of chemotherapy. Beth beat cancer at that young age, and she dedicated her life to service. Not only was Beth a great politician and elected representative, she was also a great mother. And not only did she bring up her own children, of which there were many, she fostered children, and she touched the hearts of tens and tens of children who, if it wasn't for Beth, who knows where they would be today. She saved and she nurtured those children, and she brought them up as if they were her own, because for Beth, they were her own. And so it's with great sadness that we mourn the passing of Beth, but we also remember the legacy that she has left behind. A legacy in my party, the DUP, a legacy in Ballymena, but also a legacy in Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. And not only there, Mr. Speaker, but right across this province, because Beth represented a lot of the councillor associations that were regional, and she was much travelled and much experienced. We will miss you, Beth. We will miss you in Ballymena, and we will miss you in the DUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for folks here. I want to ask if anyone here remembers Harry. Harry is an autistic boy. He's non-verbal, and he was found to have been unnecessarily restrained at school when he was just 5 years old. Harry is non-verbal. He couldn't tell his mum, so she didn't know this was happening, and the school had no duty to inform her. I mean, I'm sure you can imagine what that would be like as a parent if you found out this was happening to your child and you had no knowledge of it. Harry's mum, Deirdre Shakespeare, then launched a campaign to deliver Harry's law. It was endorsed by political parties across the spectrum, by advocacy groups, and was even endorsed by celebrity Paris Hilton. When draft statutory guidance was finally issued in 2023, a number of groups, including the Royal College of Nursing, expressed concern about the draft. And they, along with others, were invited to join a task and finish group to collaborate on the final policy with the Department of Education. The RCN joined this group in good faith to work with the department to get statutory guidance that was right and to align it with existing practices in health settings. It was concerning then, as reported in the media last week, that the RCN have, in their words, reluctantly come to the conclusion that they must resign from the task group before they associate it with new statutory guidance that they believe at its conclusion may not be human rights compliant and therefore not in the best interests of children and young people or indeed education staff. Since this news was reported in the media, I have heard from Deirdre, Harry's mum. He is massively frustrated at the lack of engagement from the department with families who have campaigned for years for changes to take place on the law around restrictive practices in schools. The RCN's move have left them feeling deeply concerned. Indeed, I met with a special school on Friday, and the bulk of our conversation there also focused on this issue and the need for urgent clarity from the department. We must see the repeal of Article 4 of the Education Order 1998 and a rights-compliant, child-focused policy to end the use of seclusion in schools and to ensure that there is appropriate recording and monitoring of the use of restraint in line with its place as an intervention of last resort and with support and training for our staff. The Education Minister must now urgently outline what is happening with the statutory guidance following the 2023 consultation and restore confidence following the RCN's withdrawal from the working group. Thank you.
John Stewart.
Can I start by associating myself with the comments for the member for North Antrim? I had the privilege of serving on Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. It was a privilege to work with, and my thoughts and deepest sympathies are with her friends, family and all of her colleagues within the DUP. Mr Speaker, I rise to commend Carrickfergus Rugby Club and wish them the very best of luck as they look forward towards 2 climatic weekends for the club. This Saturday, the first 15 take on Ards Rugby Club in the Junior Shield final at Ravenhill, and I know this is sure to be a very special day for the club, for the supporters, and I want to wish Captain Conor Cambridge, coaches Andrew Hughes, Shane Kelly and all the players the very best of luck ahead of this special day. I know, Mr Speaker, the whole town will be supporting them, and we look forward to seeing the Junior Shield return to Carrickfergus on Saturday evening. Mr Speaker, also on Saturday, Carrickfergus Rugby Club under-18s will be taking on the under-18 team from Clocker Valley in Omagh in the Bowl final, and next Saturday the under-16s will be taking on Instonians in the under-16 plate final. I want to congratulate both of the junior teams and wish them all the best in their respective finals. This success at all levels of Carrickfergus Rugby Club is further evidence and testament to the hard work and dedication of so many individuals within the club. From the President, Raymond Crooks, downwards, I want to commend the coaches, the committee, all the officials and volunteers for everything they do within the club to foster an amazing sport within that club. And here's to celebrating, hopefully, 3 trophies in the next coming weekends. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, and I rise today to express my concern following the disgraceful threats to schools across Northern Ireland today in Strabane, Ballycastle and many schools across Enniskillen. This has resulted in the closure of Holy Cross College, Strabane Academy, Strabane Primary School, Ballycastle Cross and Passion, Enniskillen Integrated Primary and more, leaving teachers, principals, staff and pupils absolutely terrified. This is absolutely unacceptable. and with knowledge so far this morning revealing that there have been bomb threats and unconfirmed messages circulating social media alluding to weapons being left in our campuses here in Northern Ireland. These security threats follow up after the 7th of March, a primary school in Lurgan had received an anonymous concerning phone call alluding to concerns around child safety. And as a result, the school had to step up and take even further precautionary measures. Mr. Speaker, our children in Northern Ireland deserve to feel safe, and they deserve to go to education without any barrier to their safety. The mentality of those threatening the safety of our children is absolutely unacceptable. We will not normalise this shameful and sinister behaviour, and perpetrators must be held accountable. I rise today to put on record on this House that all of us as politicians in this building will not tolerate these despicable threats of violence towards our primary schools and towards our children who are young and who are vulnerable. And I would put on record my ask for an immediate review from the Minister of Education and the Department of Education into all of our 1,074 schools here in the North to conduct a safety and security review to ensure that all of our children are safe. Mr. Speaker, this is not to create hysteria, but to place the safety, health and the well-being of our children in the North as an absolute political priority. Thank you.
Cathy Mason.
Gormiagat Cancorlia. Cancorlia, it's a great honour for me to stand here today and congratulate an exceptional young athlete, Niamh Mason from Loughlin Island, on her incredible achievement in table tennis. Yesterday, Niamh, at just 17 years of age, secured an under-19 and under-21 All-Ireland Table Tennis Championship, and she now ranks #1 in the country at both levels. An amazing feat, I'm sure you will agree. Now, Cancorlia, I might at this stage have to declare an interest and slight bias, as Niamh is actually my niece. Niamh's journey in sport began purely by chance while she was on holiday with her dad, and she discovered a games room that had table tennis in it, and just for a bit of fun they started to play on it. But from that moment she has never looked back. At just 9 years old, having picked up a table tennis racket for the very first time, she was an immediate natural, and she is now an All-Ireland champion. Niamh now plays with the Ormo Table Tennis Club, where her passion and dedication has set her apart. She has continuously pushed herself to new heights, and with the backing and support of her family, who I know are extremely proud of her achievements. This weekend past, she has truly made her mark by becoming the All-Ireland champion, winning both the under-19 and under-21 categories in an all-female competition featuring the very best players in the country. This is a remarkable achievement and a testament to her hard work, her discipline, and of course her love for the game. At just 17 years old, Niamh is following in the footsteps of sporting excellence. Her father's All-Ireland Minor Football Championship medal for County Down is proof that talent and determination runs in the family. Again, not that I am biased. But today it is definitely Niamh's time to shine. Niamh, we are all incredibly proud of you. Your dedication and success are an inspiration to young athletes everywhere, and we have no doubt that this is only the beginning of an even greater journey ahead. Come Harges.
Alan Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday while working in my constituency office, I have to say I was heavily distracted because I was closely following the Limavady High School boys under 16s who were competing against Bangor Academy, with both teams desperate to win the Danske Bank High School's trophy at the King's Pan Stadium. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a rugby man. Football was always my thing, but as a Limavady High School old boy, I always try, where possible, to take an interest in matters within and outside the school. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the Limavady boys did their school and the local area proud, eventually running out winners with tries from Brandon Cole, Harry Smith and a penalty from man of the match, Arthur Hylands, along with 2 conversions. I want to convey to the entire team, its coaches and the school, of my personal congratulations, and my understanding that there is a request has been submitted for a civic reception, which will be a just and fitting recognition. Harry Smith, Jacob MacArthur, Curtis McAmoyle, Zach Maguire, Brandon Cole, Isaac Cole, Arthur Hylands, Ross Carmichael, David McCurry, Reuben McCurry, Matthew McMaster, Luca Porter, MJ Riley, Alan Pearson, Mark Martin, Danny Colquhoun, Otis Irwin, Nathan Carlyle, Cameron Lindsay, Tom Wilson and Oliver Miller. Limavady High School always strives to be the very best, but these boys, I can proudly say, are the very best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peter McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise both as an MLA and as a policing board member to put on record my sincere thanks to the officers of the PSNI for their professionalism and presence at yesterday's assemblies in Belfast City Centre. Last year we saw violence on our streets, criminal damage, businesses trashed and fear across communities in Northern Ireland, and I remember raising in this chamber the concerns of my constituents and businesses who at that time were seeing and feeling racism in the air. In advance of yesterday's events, I spoke frequently with the PSNI to ensure that they were prepared and was assured by officers in advance of Sunday that they were taking events seriously. Yesterday I took time to observe and engage with the PSNI and saw them manage large crowds calmly and professionally, which builds trust with the communities here and reassures them. Yesterday thankfully took place peacefully, and the PSNI had a clear role in doing that. But I'll end with this, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was fortunate to receive a tour of the PSNI cybercrime unit and heard about the role misinformation now plays in all our lives and how the PSNI police cybercrime. It was also a timely visit, having recently watched Adolescence on Netflix, which highlights the impact social media is now having on all our young people. Mr. Speaker, immigration does not pose a threat to us. Misinformation and division does, and I'm grateful to the PSNI for their role yesterday afternoon. Thank you.
Tom Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take the opportunity to raise some awareness, as this is the month where we recognise and dedicate to ovarian cancer awareness, and it is really vital that we do recognise the significant contributions of individuals who have worked tirelessly to bring this disease to the forefront. And I wanted to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to two extraordinary women, and those were Una Crudden, who sadly passed away from ovarian cancer in December 2014, and Julie Skates, who also passed away in April of 2019. And they fought valiantly against ovarian cancer, but they also dedicated themselves to raising awareness of the issue, because it's often a very overlooked disease. And as they campaigned, Mr. Speaker, for this against ovarian cancer and that disease and raising that awareness, they did so knowing this campaign would never help them. It was too late for both of those individuals, but they campaigned and worked so hard to raise awareness, especially amongst this institution, to ensure that the women coming behind them had a better experience and had early warning and early detection and would be better off for their example. But Una and Julie both exemplified the true spirit of advocacy, and they used their voices and experiences to educate others about the symptoms and risks of ovarian cancer, tirelessly organising events and support groups that fostered community engagement and understanding. Their efforts illuminated the importance of early detection and empowered countless women to seek medical advice when they might otherwise have hesitated. Through their passion and commitment, Una and Julie both transformed their personal battles into a broader movement for change, ensuring that others would not have to face this disease in silence. So their legacy is one of hope and resilience. So as we observe Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, let us honour both Una and Julie by continuing their mission. And we must advocate for further research, education and support for those affected by ovarian cancer. Mr. Speaker, together we can create a future where fewer families endure the pain of the disease and where awareness leads to earlier detection and better outcomes, and that's what we all want. So let us all stand united in this effort, carrying forward the torch that both Una and Julie lit with their unwavering dedication. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a wee bit of a feeling of deja vu this week, because this time last Tuesday I stood up and congratulated a couple of Lagan Valley sporting greats, Lucy Best and Wallace High School, and this week I'm doing the very same. I want to heap praise that is rightly deserved on Dromore Rugby Football Club. The wee club on the hill on Saturday secured the Ulster Championship First Division with a win over Portadown from Upper Bann. So Lagan Valley had the upper hand over Upper Bann in this occasion. Under the exceptional leadership, I believe, of Mr. Hughes, who I think and was told captained the team, they showed grit, determination and sheer class not just on Saturday when they secured the league, but actually all season. It's been an exceptional season for them. Their skill on the pitch, their camaraderie off the pitch, and I've witnessed that, their unwavering dedication to the sport and to their own community make them true champions in every sense of the word. And there's one thing that we know about Dromore Rugby Club, it's that they do play with heart. They play with that Dromore grit. They're tough, they're relentless, and always up for a good story. Like the time a visiting team called, and it was the first time they got to look at Barbin Hill pitch. They took one look at the slope and asked which half they would play, which half of the match would be playing downhill. And someone from Dromore quickly equipped both halves if you're Dromore. But that's the spirit of the club. No excuses, no shortcuts, no guff, just a winning mentality. And this victory isn't just about lifting the trophy, it's about the years of hard work, the cold training nights, the sacrifices that each of these players, the training staff, the managers and those that run Dromore Rugby Football Club have actually put in to achieve what they have. So I want to just say that I have, and I'm sure those that are from Lagan Valley and probably with an interest in rugby, my colleague John Stewart is hoping to bring out better news for Carrickbeck maybe next week after their final. But it is with a sense of pride we can say congratulations to all at Dromore Rugby Football Club, and we look forward to future victories. Thank you.
I rise today to applaud the achievements of a young woman born at the turn of the century in Daisy Hill Hospital in Newry. Kate O'Connor, a Dundalk athlete, on Friday won the World Indoor Championships heptathlon, 12 days after winning a bronze in the Europeans, which is just an extraordinary achievement. Dundalk has a wonderful sporting tradition in soccer, Gaelic games, but a hotbed for heptathlon it is not, and that's what makes this achievement all the more special and wonderful. Kate is in UUJ studying communications and PR, coached by her father, who's a teacher in CBS in Dundalk, alongside my sister Emer. There's huge pride in CBS, there's huge pride in St Vincent's, there's huge pride in St George's Athletic Club in Dundalk. There's huge pride from everybody in Dundalk, and there's huge pride across Ireland in this young woman's achievement. And she is testament to what you can do if you dream big and work hard. Dream big and work hard. And Kate told herself and kept saying to herself, how much do you want this medal? And I think she's an example to all of us about what can be achieved if you really push for something and go for it. And testament to, huge credit to her, huge credit to her father, her coach, and excited to see what possibilities lie ahead for her in Tokyo and Beijing in the next 2 World Championships and in Los Angeles in 2028. It's a huge success story, has brought huge joy and celebration to Dundalk and across this land. Well done, Kate. Well done, Michael.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just this weekend we have been informed that the Ministry of Defence plan to judicially review the coroner's finding into the deaths of 4 provisional IRA terrorists in their attack at Clonau. I welcome this decision because the coroner's report, which found that the use of lethal force used by the SAS cannot have been reasonable. It is a decision that bewildered many citizens with any degree of common sense. It is a decision and a report that infuriated our veterans community and angered those genuine victims of the Northern Ireland Troubles for what they have seen to be another attempt by this instance the courts to rewrite the narrative of what happened in Northern Ireland's troubled past. I mean, let's set out the context. 10 heavily armed IRA men with an anti-aircraft gun strapped to the back of a lorry alongside AK-47s opened up on a police station, travelled down the road, opened fire again in the air, only to be met by the SAS in the Clonau car park. That is the realities of what happened. A coroner's report has the ability to look into who, what, where and when, but no ability to take into context the why. And it is the why that I want to focus my remarks upon. Because why did the SAS open fire upon these terrorists? They did so because they were protecting life and property. I listened to Francie Malloy, the former member for Sinn Féin of Mid-Ulster, on the radio this morning, talking about rules of engagement, talking about war scenarios, talking about the failure to save lives. I mean, can it get any more rich? What did these men set out to do? To murder, to take lives. How many had they taken before, and how many would they have taken after? People ask often, did these soldiers feel that their lives were threatened? Well, let's look at a scenario, because 2.5 years previous, in October 1989, a 25-year-old constable, Michael Marshall, was assassinated by a very similar style encounter near Westbrook, where his armoured police car was overtaken by a low-bed lorry with a machine gun styled in the same as Clonoe, which killed him in that attack. His colleague, who was left mortally injured, the gunfire was still continuing, and I was aware of being hit in the legs. I was convinced I was going to die, he said. When the shooting stopped, he saw Constable Carroll, or Marshall, lying slooped in a blazing car. That was your actions. And the consequences must be taken into account. They were murderers.
Member be seated, please. Call Mr. Gallison.
Mr. Speaker, I have used the previous member's statement to draw attention to the fact that the First and Deputy First Ministers had been sitting on the answer to a question originally tabled by my predecessor and then tabled again by myself when I was co-opted into this House. The question was simple, indeed a factual one. It was to establish how much public money did the First and Deputy First Minister spend in their trip to Washington in March 2024. On Friday, I finally got the answer. Tellingly, this was after the Information Commissioner stepped in and required the ministers to respond to an FOI submitted by Adrian Rutherford from the Belfast Telegraph. We now know, over the course of 4 days, the Executive Office spent an eye-watering $54,000 of public money. $38,000 on travel, $13,000 on accommodation, $3,000 on other expenses. Each minister travelled with a special advisor, their private secretary and their press officer. Oh, the best bit, they also brought a photographer with them to catch their special moments together. Members, what a waste of money, and it's frankly obscene. To spend $54,000 of taxpayers' money in 4 days and then come to this House time and time again to lament that there is no money for vital services, that's simply outrageous. The vast majority of my constituents couldn't dream of spending such a sum of money, even after many years of savings. Indeed, many of them wouldn't even bring in a fraction of the $54,000 into their household in a year. Shame on Michelle O'Neill. Shame on Emma Little-Pengelly. Now we know why, for so long, this question went unanswered.
Well, Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, today across schools in Northern Ireland, including my own constituency, a very concerning email was sent to them which was sinister of nature and prompted security fears. This morning, police confirmed that an email was sent to schools in Enniskillen, Strabane and Ballycastle and is believed to involve 9 schools. As a result of this email, police are conducting inquiries and liaising with schools affected by this incident. The PSNI are also working with the Metropolitan Police in London. As I understand, these emails were also sent to schools in other parts of the UK. I was in touch with the police and 3 schools affected in my own area this morning. This was a despicable act which was designed to reap havoc in communities and against our children. Threats issued against schools are to be unequivocally condemned and have no place in society. Targeting schools, which are places of learning, personal growth and friendships for young people, is particularly reprehensible and deeply troubling. This was a scary incident to occur for our schools, the staff, the pupils and parents, especially for the staff, as they daily put everybody's safety at their highest priority. I pay tribute to the school leadership and to the police who acted quickly to assist the affected schools. However, I understand that some of the affected schools in Northern Ireland had to close as a result. No child should have their education disrupted in this manner, and no family should have to endure the fear and uncertainty caused by such reckless actions. Today in this Assembly chamber, we offer our support to the schools who have had to deal with this incident. Schools should be a safe haven, and when incidences like this happen, it does cause fear. But thankfully, quick actions this morning have helped ease some of those concerns. And I trust the PSNI will now act swiftly with the Met Police to identify the culprit and ensure both safety and justice is secured.
Thank you. That goes to conclusion. Point of order, Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw to your attention again the issue which I raised in members' statements regarding the Executive Office. In response to a point of order from the member for North Belfast, Mr. Philip Brett, on the 18th of February, you said you could go down the Freedom of Information Act route if the information is not forthcoming. However, in most instances, MLAs should not have to go down that route because they have access to questions to ministers. On a number of occasions, I have raised in this House the fact that the First and Deputy First Minister had failed to answer a question about the cost of the trip to Washington in 2024. On Friday, the answer of $54,000 of public money that was blown in just 4 days was revealed. However, as today's Belfast Telegraph shows, the data was only released to a journalist on the same day it was released to myself because the Information Commissioner got involved. Mr. Speaker, surely that situation isn't acceptable, and the MLA should be able to get answers to questions without having to go to the ICO.
Well, I think the member knows, and all members know, what my position is in these matters, that this House represents the public and ministers are representing the government, and the public require answers of ministers, and they shouldn't get those answers through freedom of information. They should get those answers through members' questions. And therefore, when you ask a question, the logic of that is that there is an answer forthcoming. To not answer something for a year is clearly not acceptable. And whilst this office has no sanction over the ministers in this front, it is abundantly clear what the expectation is, what the standing orders are, and for ministers to comply with the standing orders in that front. Moving on, I wish to... Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to apologise for not being in my place last Tuesday for question time. I was unfortunately ill on the day and didn't get my withdrawal in on time, but I just wanted to put on record my apologies for missing the question.
Thank you very much for that, and I wish to advise members that have been notified that the opposition no longer intends to move the motion on funding for childcare. The item of business remains in the order paper, and the Chair will still invite the opposition to move the motion formally, but I wanted the Assembly to be given as much notice as possible that there will be no debate on funding for childcare today.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the fact that this factually inaccurate motion from the constructive opposition is not being moved today. So can I ask the Speaker, how was it that such a grossly inaccurate motion made it onto the order paper in the first place?
The Business Committee meets to assess the work ahead. The opposition were asked to provide the motions for their time. The opposition provided those motions. It isn't for the Business Office to check every jot and tittle on those motions, but nonetheless the opposition provided for them. So if there's answers about inaccuracies or otherwise, it is for the opposition to explain that. A point of order, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask, was there any formal apology issued to the Speaker's office for the wasting of Assembly time and business, which ultimately will result in the House rising early today because of the failure to supply motions which are factually and legally competent in this House?
We received notice. Order, please. We received notice this morning that the motion was being withdrawn, and that's, as far as I know, all that happened. So we only received notice that the motion was being withdrawn. So if we can move on to the next item of business in the order paper, and that is a motion from the opposition on ambulance handovers. And I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that emergency services play a critical role in providing care to those in urgent need, expresses deep concern at the findings of the Northern Ireland Audit Office March 2025 report on ambulance handovers, which outlines how severe delays are putting patient safety at risk and wasting significant resources, notes that only 7% of handovers meet the 15-minute target, with some exceeding 10 hours, further notes the impact of delays on emergency response times, hospital capacity and frontline staff, and calls on the Minister of Health, with the support of executive colleagues, to urgently introduce the recommendations set out in the SDLP policy, Help Can't Wait, including the introduction of the W45 policy used by the London Ambulance Service, the standardisation of guidance across all health and social care trusts, a commitment to increase medical capacity, improve processes to reduce ambulance handover delays and improve patient flow across the health system.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and published in the marshal list. The Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the motion, Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to propose this motion. Also note and welcome the amendments tabled. We don't disagree with the sentiments expressed in either of them, recognising the interlinked issues that have aligned to leave our health service in such disarray. But the wide-ranging calls on both amendments, as worthy as they are, do threaten to deflect attention from and prevent action on the focus of our motion. The whole system needs fixed. We support transformation, but we can't continue to wait for everything to be fixed before we fix anything. Our focus today is on improving the ambulance service, ensuring people can access emergency care when they need it. While transformation, as we keep saying and keep hearing, will require tough decisions to be made, there will be concerns in some areas at the prospect of losing services from their local community. But the one thing that fills all of us with dread is the fear that wherever we are, that in the event of an emergency, be it one of our elderly parents falling down the stairs or a young child badly injuring themselves jumping down them, that it will take hours for an ambulance to show up, while someone we love lies suffering, maybe even dying, before our very eyes. What we are proposing today is something that we in the SDLP are passionate about, something that we can all agree on, if you ask Concordia, is that our health service is in a precarious position at present. We're passionate about that too. Right throughout a patient's pathway, we're hearing stories of a service that is falling apart at the seams, whether it's in the emergency department, extensive waiting lists, the struggle to allocate care packages. We can all agree that if we're to improve on patient outcomes and deliver a fit-for-purpose healthcare system for the future, then we must act, and we must act now. Quite simply, we must transform our healthcare system if it is to survive. Speaker, we in the SDLP don't believe that it's right to lay all of this at the feet of the Health Minister. One minister simply cannot do this all on their own. Rather, as our motion proposes, while the minister has primary responsibility around the detail, the buck doesn't stop with him, but rather the executive as a whole. Transformation, I'll say it again, requires difficult decisions, requires buy-in from all executive ministers, and should compel all ministers to consider the way in which they operate. Our health service, rather like our executive, and indeed this Assembly, is highly interdependent. What impacts one part will directly or indirectly impact all others. And it's in that spirit that we have genuinely and sincerely brought forward this motion today. The SDLP policy paper, Help Can't Wait, makes a number of recommendations, which aren't easy ones. We're well aware that the recommendations we've brought forward won't sit easily with everyone. However, what we ask everyone to consider at the outset is that these recommendations are the result of best practice, facts, and should be seen through the lens of wanting to improve patient flow in our hospitals and therefore improve patient outcomes. In essence, what we're proposing is a solid example of transformation in health. That begins with the process of ambulance handovers. There is a target time right across the NHS for ambulance staff to hand over a patient from when they arrive at the emergency department. That is 15 minutes. 15 minutes to get the patient in and get the ambulance back on the road to do it all again. And while this is an aspiration, we know that despite the best efforts of our staff, and what heroic staff that they are, our paramedic staff, one can only imagine the horrors that they have to face in the course of a day or night at work. They're worthy not just of our gratitude, but better pay, conditions and support. And it's great to see that workforce bolstered now by the first cohort of graduates from the paramedic course at McGee. But we need to improve our system so that we can maximise the benefit of that brilliant workforce. They don't want to be sat all day at hospitals when there are lives out there to be saved. Every minute and every hour that a patient waits outside an emergency department is a minute or an hour in which another patient must wait for an ambulance. The W45 policy is relatively new and relatively straightforward. In essence, once a patient has been waiting for 45 minutes outside an emergency department, if they have yet to be handed over, the ambulance crew will safely bring them into the emergency department, at which point staff can begin their assessments and triage. Certainly.
Would the member agree? Last night I had my own experience with triage. My son threw his submarine at me and split my eye open, so I had to be triaged through the emergency department at Daisy Hill, and was most impressed by the efficiency of the triage. But incredibly, entering the hospital at 10:30 last night, the emergency department was packed, the waiting room was packed, and the efficiency, the compassion, the professionalism of the staff was extraordinary, and the patients and their patients waiting to be attended to was extraordinary also. So the address placed on the emergency department is extraordinary, and that needs to be supported also, but obviously the emphasis of our motion is around ambulance services.
Thank the member for his intervention. I know at the outset it appears shocking somewhat that we'd be proposing putting more pressure on our already overworked emergency department staff. I get that, and we'll get to that. But that's why the SDLP undertook a fact-finding visit to London Ambulance Service and Guy's and St Thomas Hospital in London to see this model in practice. And it was startling. When first proposing this, London Ambulance Service met with similar concerns and indeed criticisms, including some rather toxic press coverage. However, the result has been that Category 2 response times have reduced by 50%. Right across the London network. In Guy's and St Thomas, we saw this model in action, literally from a patient being brought into the ED, being triaged and beginning their pathway in minutes. So what made it work? Two things: process and culture. The process wasn't only the W45 policy, but also enshrined within NHS England policy is the clear guidance that as soon as an ambulance arrives at a hospital, once they go through the gate, the patient becomes the hospital's responsibility. The culture was one of wanting to make things work. Staff detailed for us that when the policy was introduced, they consciously decided that they would make it work. There was no other option, and it does. So what is the process and culture here? The process requires some work. We know that the Permanent Secretary wrote to all trusts in 2020 detailing that from the moment an ambulance arrives at the emergency department, that patient's care is the responsibility of the hospital. This guidance could be tightened to reflect that from the moment an ambulance arrives at the hospital, the patient is the hospital's responsibility. We also know that staff capacity needs to be enhanced, hence why we have proposed a minimal investment of £4.3 million to provide 24-hour Band 5 nursing support at our emergency departments and Band 7 nursing practitioners to help enhance patient flow. These processes seem relatively easy, seem cost-effective, and can be introduced and implemented quickly. Our biggest challenge is our culture. Right across the north, people are afraid and exhausted. They're afraid of needing to be brought to a hospital or needing to phone an ambulance. They're exhausted at the endless stories of healthcare falling apart and the political fallouts, and staff having to take highly risky decisions. The public have been conditioned to think that this is the best that it's going to be. That's on all of us, on every MLA, on every executive minister, and on every media outlet. The truth is, it shouldn't be this way, and it doesn't need to be this way. We can do better. We can deliver a healthcare system that works for our staff and patients. We know the entire system needs changed, but a friolias concordia, Health Minister, we must start somewhere. I propose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I call on Alan Robinson to move amendment number 1.
Thank you. Moved. Sorry, Principal.
Not a bother. So, Alan, you'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. So please open the debate on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and we thank the movers of the original motion today. I want to begin by saying something that none of us should ever tire of in this House, and that is that day after day, week after week, dedicated paramedics and ambulance crews and all frontline healthcare workers go well over and above to save lives and provide comfort in people's moments of crisis. But their ability, let's be honest about it, to do so is being increasingly dangerously compromised. The report from the Northern Ireland Audit Office, published this month, made clear of the interconnection between ambulance handovers and the pressures within the health service regarding hospital bed space and delays in discharging patients from hospitals. Ambulance waiting times are one symptom of challenges in our health service. Without good patient flow through the hospital system, more patients cannot be admitted into AEDs. Sick patients in ambulances cannot get into hospitals because well patients cannot leave. And unless the issue of delayed discharge is resolved, the ambulance service will only ever be operating at a fraction of the real capacity. I'm on record in this chamber, Principal Deputy Speaker, in saying that when you begin to fix wider social care system, then you begin to fix the health system in this province. The number one reason for delayed complex discharge is no domiciliary care packages being available, and this is why we added this to our amendment. The report laid bare the state of the health service for this sector, and at a time when money is being reported as the cure of some of our ills, 50 million is being reported to being lost in ambulance service efficiency since 2019. And it gets worse with the high reliance on private ambulances, with just 20 private ambulances being required in 2019, but rising to 1,100 in 23-24, costing 3.6 million, but yet handover delays continue to increase. Significant costs for ambulance staff overtime are also cited, running up to 37.8 million since 2019. So that's just some of the negatives. So how can this be fixed? Well, the report recommends fixing patient flow. It recommends implementing the 46 recommendations within the Getting It Right First Time report, and to use best practices that are in place in other parts of the UK. The report also makes 11 individual recommendations, from calling on trusts to work together, to calling for better regulation of the private ambulance sector, to calling for well-functioning handover zones at each of the major EDs. The report painted a bleak picture where all 9 hospitals have saw their handover performance fall between the years 2019 and 2024. It points to a province in a crisis of patient safety and resource management. And the backlog at our hospitals means that ambulance crews are stuck waiting, unable to respond to new emergencies. The Minister advised us at the end of January that over 1,000 nursing vacancies are being actively recruited for. We must also ensure that there is staff retention and recruitment in the ambulance service so that vital skills there are not lost. From January to August last year, there were no Saturday nights when this province had a full rota of emergency ambulance crews. The Northern Ireland Ambulance Service aims to have 52 crews on a typical Saturday, but on 3 occasions there were just 36 in place. The impact is cascading, it's far-reaching. Emergency response times are compromised, hospital capacity is choked and healthcare staff are overwhelmed. Waiting on an ambulance is a horrible experience. I've been there twice in as many years waiting for my father, who had been suddenly became ill. His wait on both occasions was relatively short in the grand scheme of things, but how stressful must it be having to wait hours for a loved one when time is of the essence? Bundling very ill people into taxis in the back seats of cars should never be the norm. How can we ever forget the recent story of a popular County Antrim man who died when his wife was forced to transport him to hospital in their car due to no ambulance being made available in December of last year? Our hearts go out to that family and to the many others. My party are very happy to explore the introduction of the W45 policy, which has been implemented by the London Ambulance Service to reduce delays and enhance patient care. The evidence points to the W45 policy being a targeted, efficient approach that aims to significantly reduce ambulance handover delays, and that it requires no ambulance crew should be kept waiting in a hospital for more than 45 minutes. If this threshold is breached, the patient's care is formally transferred to the hospital and the ambulance crew is released to respond to new emergencies. This policy is supposed to prioritise patient flow, something which we have all been calling for, ensures that ambulance crews are not held hostage by bottlenecks within hospitals. It also creates accountability within the healthcare system by making it clear that patients must be accepted in the hospital in a timely manner. Hospitals can no longer be a car park for ambulances. Implementing the W45 policy here in the province would send a message that we want to see true efficiency, that we value our frontline staff, and above all, we value the safety of our patients. But we have to recognise that that policy alone is not enough. To do it right, it needs paired with an increase in medical capacity, improved patient flow systems, increase the number of available beds, and standardising guidance across all health and social care trusts and implementing the recommendations of the Audit Officer Board. The Health Service can no longer afford fragmented practices that vary from one trust to another. Consistency and acting like one trust is essential. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Linda Dillon to move amendment number 2.
And
Linda, just move the motion. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So the Assembly should note that if the amendments are that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So, for example, if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. So you'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Open the debate on amendment number 2, please. Linda.
Take 2. And we all know that ambulance waiting times across the north have worsened significantly. This, alongside the growing delays in ambulance handovers at emergency departments, paints a deeply concerning picture, one that risks patient safety and undermines the wider health system. The recent report from the Audit Office laid this out clearly, highlighting not only the human cost to patients and to their families, but also the serious pressure being placed on the ambulance service staff and resources. We now need to hear directly from the Health Minister about how he intends to respond. There are recommendations there. Now we need to see the delivery on those recommendations. I do welcome the fact that health has been made a priority by the Executive, and I hope by this entire Assembly. And we want to support the Health Minister going forward. We want to ensure that we have a better health service for all of our people. And whilst I recognise the significant challenges facing the Minister, people across the North need to see meaningful action. In rural areas, especially in rural areas like my own constituency that stretches from Clonoe right up to Swatra, and as a resident of Clonoe, I am actually in a very fortunate position of being 15 minutes up the motorway from Craigavon Area Hospital. However, there are many in Pomrai and Kildress and Galbally who are much further away from their closest hospital and therefore their closest emergency service. Our people need to know that this crisis is being tackled, not just talked about. So we're well aware that ambulances are not a standalone service. They're a vital part of our entire health system, but they are not the answer to everything. And when handovers stall, it creates a domino effect. And we all have far too many examples of this. Ambulance availability drops, patients wait longer for help, and staff are left stuck between hospital corridors and back-to-back shifts. It's not sustainable, and it's not fair on patients or on staff. It's not a problem that is unique to the North, but the scale of emergency department attendance here is notably higher, and some hospitals are clearly under more pressure than others. We need to understand why they are higher, and we have heard evidence session after evidence session in front of us in the committee to outline that many people who should be and could be cared for in the community are ending up in our emergency departments, and it is not where they should be. And that is failure to diagnose early enough, it is failure to have the proper services in our primary care and our community care, and we need to seriously address that. We need to see solutions that are locally tailored, particularly when you consider the added challenges of delivering timely emergency care in rural and dispersed communities, as I've already outlined, like my own. That must be recognised and reflected in how resources are allocated and services are designed, and how we do work as an executive right across the board together to ensure that we deliver for rural communities. We need to look outwards to learn from best practice models elsewhere. I absolutely accept that, but we need to ensure that they are tailored for here, for the communities here and the people here. We need to look at things such as GRIFT, getting it right first time, review of emergency medicine. But any strategy must be rooted in the realities of the North, our rurality, our infrastructure gaps and our stretched capacity right across the board. That is an NHS here in the North that is broken. The Minister must work across departments and across borders. There is real potential for deeper cooperation with the Minister for Health in Dublin to improve how we coordinate emergency response in border areas and make efficient use of cross-border health infrastructure, not just in our emergency response, but right across the board. As I have already outlined, the community care is vitally important, and we shouldn't ignore that whenever we're looking at how we can work better together cross-border. These are not just political talking points, they are practical opportunities that could make a real difference to outcomes for patients. A truly effective approach must span the entire health system. That means strengthening primary and community care so that fewer people end up in hospital in the first place. It means ensuring timely discharges with care packages where needed so that people aren't stuck in beds they no longer need and, quite frankly, they no longer want. They want to be at home with their families and somewhere where they feel they can get better in the way in which they want to. The point made by the member for Foyle, Mark Durkin, that the ambulance service can be fixed in isolation without addressing the flow through our hospitals, as I have spoken to health professionals working in our ED departments, is not the way to address this, I do not believe. And I have given this example before, but I think it's important to say it again.
Thank you. I thank the member giving way. I don't think it's fair or accurate to say that I says it could be fixed in isolation without further fixes, and alluded later in my speech to the additional investment that would be made in staff at emergency department in terms of the band 5 and band 7 nurses.
I think it's important to actually look at the flow through first. My reason is this, and it is an example, as I say, I've given before. When I visited the ED in Craigavon, there were 68 people on beds in the emergency department, and there were 62 people upstairs medically fit for discharge that were unable to be discharged for a number of reasons. That is not an acceptable position. The lead clinician on that day said to me, please do not allow them to extend our EDs. That is not the answer and will not have a resolution. So, whilst accepting this motion and asking people to support our amendment, I absolutely think that we really need to focus on this flow through. It means making sure that we have the right workforce in place, so I support what the member has said, from paramedics to ED staff to our home care providers and our community care staff and our primary care staff. Our ambulance crews do incredible work under immense pressure. The delays we're seeing are no reflection on them. They're a result of a system that is at and beyond breaking point. But when paramedics are left waiting for hours outside hospitals unable to respond to new emergencies, we all lose, and they lose the chance to rest and recover in what are already demanding shifts. We can't lose sight of the fact that behind every statistic is a person, someone waiting in pain and distress, often very distraught families, healthcare workers doing the best under impossible conditions. We need to have a joined-up, system-wide approach that is not only reactive but proactive. And as I have said before, but I think we need to say it again, all 5 heads of our trusts have said what we need a focus on now is social care. We will not fix the problem in our emergency departments, in our ambulance services, more people dying who should not be dying, and families left with trauma, if we do not fix the flow through, if we do not fix our social care system. So I support this motion. I am asking people to support our amendment, and I am asking again that our social care system be fixed in order to ensure that we do not end up with a crisis in our emergency care and with our ambulance staff, so that they can actually get out to those who absolutely need them. And I think it's important just to highlight, I was given some information by the British Heart Foundation, and I'm not going to go through all the statistics, but I think one statistic is a really vital one, and that is people who are self-presenting to hospital has increased from 5% to 12% in the last 5 years. That is really concerning. But what that means is potentially people are having worse outcomes. And everything we have discussed in the committee with the Minister here in this chamber is about what we're going to do to ensure better outcomes. We can only ensure better outcomes by a whole system approach. So I am asking that people support our amendment today.
Thank you, Linda, and I call Danny Donnelly.
Very well said. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the SDLP for bringing this motion here today. It is very timely following the publication of the recent Audit Office report into ambulance handover times, and this is an issue that affects everyone in this chamber. We will be supporting both amendments today. Excuse me. The Alliance Party brought forward a motion to this Assembly on this issue in January, calling on the Minister to bring forward proposals to improve the availability and capacity of the ambulance services, including the development of an ambulance service work plan. I have personal experience of working in busy A&E departments and in busy wards, and I know the impact that wards completely full of patients with corridor beds wherever they can be put, and an A&E department where every square inch of floor space is being used can have an ambulance handovers. The staff cannot safely accept a patient until there is room for them to do so. There can be sometimes up to 2 wards worth of patients being cared for within our A&E departments. This incurs risk of harm on the patient who is sick enough to need an ambulance to take them to hospital for treatment, and impacts staff both in the ambulance service, who can sometimes spend their whole shifts outside a hospital with the patient in the back of the ambulance, and the hospital staff who are working under extreme pressures for extended periods of time. It is incredibly stressful and can leave staff with the impression that despite working hard, they are not able to give their patients the level of care they deserve. This moral injury is very hard to accept. The report is stark, and it confirms what we've been hearing for a long time. It states that there were 36,000 incidents from 23 to 24 where patients have experienced some harm as a result of handover delays.
and in about 3,800 cases, patients were potentially exposed to severe harm. Ambulance response times are suffering, and a very concerning 25% of ambulance capacity is lost due to these delays. We will have all heard from our constituents about cases involving overlong stays in ambulances outside hospitals, sometimes with the ambulance or the engines on to keep the patients warm. Personally, I have heard of many, including a 29-hour wait that involved a shift change from the paramedic team outside the hospital. Paramedics and ambulance staff want to be on the road answering calls, not outside full hospitals. We know that long waits and overcrowding in A&E departments are unsafe and can lengthen the amount of time that patients need to be in hospital. They are even associated with increased mortality. Emergency medical consultant and chair of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, Dr Russell McLaughlin, reviewed the situation with pressures in A&E in 2022 and concluded that there is strong evidence that indicates that in 2022, 1,434 people died as a result of delays in Northern Ireland's emergency departments. Overcrowding causes excess deaths. The most recent winter has been the worst yet for A&E waits, and I can only imagine what this number would be now. While there are many contributing factors, including workflow, waiting lists and the impact of funding of GP services, the root cause of this lies within the hospital system, as Linda already outlined. This is about patient flow. Patients who are medically fit for discharge cannot be discharged because of the lack of social care packages required to meet their needs in the community. This is a bottleneck in the system. We recognise the incredible work being done by our health and social care staff, in this case particularly the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service staff, who continue to work tirelessly under extreme pressures, but we must recognise that this is not sustainable. We all know the budget is tight and the Minister has a very difficult job, but it is unacceptable that patients are suffering harm. We need to improve flow, and that means the provision of the use of alternative care pathways like minor injuries units, see and treat protocols for the Northern Ireland Ambulance staff, where patients are assessed by paramedics as not requiring attendance at emergency departments and can be referred on to specialist clinical teams or their GPs. Paramedics making informed decisions about patients who are nearing the end of their lives and wish to remain at home. Another example visited by the Health Committee last year is the Joint Mental Health Pilot Scheme, where mental health practitioners work with the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service in the control room. This scheme has de-escalated 40% of mental health calls over the phone to the point where they did not require an ambulance response. I would be keen to hear from the Minister about the long-term plans for this successful service. Another scheme that is reducing inappropriate admissions is the Hospital at Home service in the Southern Trust, where unscheduled care is being delivered to an increasing number of older residents who are living with more and more complex needs directly in their homes. This avoids unnecessary admissions, promotes quality of life and frees up space in our A&E departments. There is urgent need to progress health service reform in line with the principles outlined in the Bingo report in 2016. We could have been 9 years into a 10-year reform programme had we not had 2 assembly shutdowns since this report. This alone is more than enough reason to reform our political institutions to prevent one party from being able to veto an assembly collapse and collapse the institutions.
Time's up, Donnelly.
No problem. We cannot address problems if we are not here. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I call Alan Chambers.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I suspect every member of this House shares the same concerns regarding the pressures and the delays facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and those worries will have been heightened further after the recent publication of the Audit Office report. There is no doubt that the current delays are untenable and ultimately are posing real and significant risks. Whether it's a heart attack, a stroke or a car accident, the faster ambulance crews arrive on the scene, the higher the chances are for survival and recovery. And I have nothing but praise for our paramedics for how they deal with many daily challenges they face. As such, we need to ensure that there are as many crews and as many vehicles available to respond. But we also need to remember that the pressures facing our ambulance service are not unique just to Northern Ireland. Over recent months, several ambulance services right across Great Britain declared critical or urgent incidents because of the level of demands. Nevertheless, even with the undoubted strains on the system, we need to make sure that we're making best use for our crews, and therefore I welcome any and all measures to improve system efficiency and better utilisation of resources. But we need to also be honest and recognise that there is no single or easy solution. If there was, it would have been implemented long ago. I very much welcome the Minister's focus on tackling the broader pressures on urgent and emergency care, and particularly in advance of next winter. In the meantime, in the weeks and months ahead, I hope this Assembly will approach the issue of necessary investment in our health service with a fair and open mind. The issue of patient flow and timely discharge is at the heart of the problem, and while it's essential the system is working as efficiently as possible, ultimately greater investment in community care will be one of the long-term solutions. And that will mean this Assembly doing what it often previously said it would, and that is prioritising our health service. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Sinead Annis.
Gurmayagat pre-last Concorla, and I think while this proposal and motion is intended to find a solution, I do think that it misses the point, and that is why Sinn Féin has tabled the amendment that we have. The call is to set a 45-minute limit for ambulances to wait before leaving patients in hospital corridors. But where will these patients go? Into already overcrowded, understaffed emergency departments that are barely coping as it is. What the British government has tried to do with this initiative isn't about improving patient care. It's about shifting blame. The British government knows that it has failed to invest in hospital capacity, to recruit enough doctors and nurses, and to ensure that emergency services can function properly. So instead of tackling the root of the problem, they're putting vulnerable patients at risk, abandoning them in corridors where staff are already stretched to breaking point. And I'll just make a bit of progress. And this is the copy and paste initiative that the SDLP want us to adopt. What happens when a heart attack patient is left waiting on a trolley because there's no one available to treat them? What happens to an elderly person with pneumonia left shivering in a cold hallway with no proper medical supervision? That's not efficiency, that's negligence. And worst of all, it's a political trick to shift responsibility away from those in power and onto the backs of our heroic NHS workers who are already being asked to do the impossible. So, we don't need quick fixes and we don't need bureaucratic targets. What we need is real investment in our healthcare system. We need more beds, more staff, and a government that actually cares about the lives of its people. And if the British government wants to cut waiting times, it should start by fixing and investing in our NHS, not abandoning patients in corridors like luggage at a lost and found. Gurmugget.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Nuala McAllister.
Deputy Principal Speaker. I rise to support both the amendments that are down here today, and I appreciate the opposition for bringing forward this motion. I think it's very timely again because the problem unfortunately hasn't been fixed since particularly the Christmas period in which my party had brought a motion regarding ambulance waiting times. So it's nothing really has changed from then. So it's important that moving out of the spring and summer and coming into the winter months again, that we do have a massive change that's needed. Given the Audit Office report illustrating how dire the situation is, that is even more incumbent upon us to shine a light again on it, that 3,800 patients that were potentially subjected to severe harm in the last year that many in the chamber today have referenced are not just a figure, but actually individuals with individual circumstances, and we should have a focus on them. With regards to the specific proposal for the W45 policy, I appreciate and understand where the opposition is coming from, and whilst I wouldn't necessarily outright oppose such a policy to be implemented, it's how it would work in actual practice I think is very important. Whenever myself and my colleagues have done tours of the hospitals and in particularly emergency departments, the clinicians there in particular are very concerned that they can't just stack up more patients in our corridors, and physically there isn't any space for people to go. There's no rooms. Some of the hospitals don't have bereavement rooms because they're using them for people, so we don't have any space for those people to go. However, I do know that the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service themselves have specific ideas with regards to how this can be managed, and I know that some of those policies would be around the use of St John's Ambulance and paramedics on a rotation and a voluntary basis, that those who are perhaps being put either into the corridors or if they've ever found space, that their care could be overseen by the ambulance and paramedicine team rather than the clinicians within the hospitals themselves. However, that cannot be done in isolation, and it has to be done in conjunction with the emergency medicine staff team at all of the hospitals where there is an emergency medicine department. It's something in the motion that we brought forward in January that I did ask the Minister then whether he had engaged with the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service as to whether this was something that could be implemented. So I would look forward to hearing if whether that was explored at all. It's really important as well. Many people have focused on the issue of social care, and I want to just touch a little moment on something different that came up at committee last week regarding palliative care and ambulance role. We have a Northern Ireland-wide ambulance service that generally has a regional policy around patients and taking patients, but actually when it comes to palliative care, there isn't a regional-wide policy, and we're seeing people who should not be in a hospital being taken to a hospital despite knowing that they need actual hospice care, and that's something I think that should require a significant isolated focus from the department, as well as what actually is happening with those patients in particular with regards to social care. The Social Care Collaborative Forum too, we need an update regarding the work of that. I don't doubt that the Minister will reference that in his mind too, but we also need to know where we are with the policy decisions within the Social Care Collaborative Forum. Not everything requires money. Some things do require policy direction and policy decisions, so it would be really important to hear any movement on that too. But I am speaking to support both the amendments. I think they would either of them would be more our position at the minute rather than the original motion. But as I said, it's not an outright opposition, it's just how it actually works in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Timothy Caston.
Thank you. I want to focus my remarks on the ambulance handovers based on the Northern Trust, and in particular on the 21st of December 2024. On this evening there were 14 ambulances servicing the largest trust, with dispatches located in Coleraine, Ballymena, Antrim, Macrofilt, Larne, Carrickfergus and White Abbey. On that single day, 120 working hours were lost due to ambulances sitting outside EDs. This accounted for a quarter of the entire service capacity for that trust. Allow me to cite the impact of delays in the Dara family in my constituency. At 7:05 in the evening, Willie, who had previous heart problems, took chest pains whilst in his house just outside Cullibackie. His wife Caroline rang 999 and was told there was no ambulances available, and that she needed to take him to the Antrim ED, which was approximately 25 minutes away. Willie was assigned as a Category 2 condition as he was breathing with a suspected heart attack. Whilst travelling to Antrim, Willie's condition deteriorated and he took a cardiac arrest. Caroline had to find somewhere to pull over and get help from a passing driver, as she couldn't get her husband out of the car on her own to start CPR. Caroline again called 999 at 25 to 8, and an ambulance arrived at 20 to 8, as it was now classed as a Category 1 call, as Willie was now not breathing. Sadly, Willie passed away lying on a wet lie-by 10 minutes away from the hospital. Miss Ennis asked, what happens a patient taking a heart attack in a trolley in a hospital? Well, what happens a patient that's in a car taking a heart attack on their way to hospital? Last Wednesday night, I attended a meeting with the Dara family to seek answers from the ambulance service. We were told that there was a target time for Category 1 calls, and it was 8 minutes, but the average response time on that day was 14 minutes and 43 seconds. A Category 2 call has a target time of 18 minutes, but the average response time was 60 minutes. Crucially for this family, we were also told a Category 2 call isn't assigned to a crew who are within the last hour of their shift. Members, this is due to the action short of strike being taken by Unite and NIPSA over the waiting times outside EDs, causing staff not to finish within a reasonable time at the end of their shift. What were the 14 operational ambulances doing at 7:05? Well, Coleraine had 2 ambulances. One of them sat outside Antrim ED for 5 hours and 30 minutes, and the other was parked up in a station, and due to being manned by only one person from 4 p.m, it could only respond to Category 1 calls. Ballymena had 4 ambulances. 2 were sitting outside ED for 50 minutes and 4 hours 26 minutes respectively. 1 was at the scene and the 4th ambulance was sitting in the station. Antrim had 2 ambulances. Both of these were sitting outside ED for 6 hours 15 minutes and 5 hours 15 minutes respectively. Macrophil had 2 and both of these were sitting in dispatch. Larne had 1 ambulance, which was also parked in dispatch. Carrickfergus had 2 ambulances, with 1 out in scene and the other parked up in dispatch. Whitehabbie had 1 ambulance, which was outside ED for 6 hours and 4 minutes. We've already been told 120 hours were lost in that single day due to turnaround times at EDs, but how many of us realise that in the last hour of a shift, no ambulances are assigned due to the current union action? How many hours are being lost each day due to strike action by the unions? When pressed specifically if the ambulance crews sitting in the Ballymena dispatch at the time of the first call were members of the union, the ambulance service couldn't tell us, as they don't know and don't ask their staff. To make matters worse, any crews in an ambulance dispatch during their last hour aren't even made aware that a Category 2 call has come in. The current service isn't fit for purpose. People are dying as a result. There are serious issues in the system, and one of them in the approach of the unions, which needs to change and change today.
Thank you, Timothy. Our next speaker is the Minister for Health to respond. Minister, you'll have up to 15 minutes to respond to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I must say I'm heartened to note the universal, or at least near universal, acceptance of the fact that this isn't just about the ambulance service, it's about a whole system response to these pressures, and it is about the flow through our hospitals. And I would hope, if I have time, to return to some of the comments from the movers of the motion and the 2 amendments. When we were here in January to discuss ambulance waiting times, I did commend the hard-working and dedicated staff of the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and I make no apology for doing so again. The staff, both on the front line and those working in support, like all staff across health and social care, are the lifeblood of our system, and they've worked too hard for too long in a system that does not deliver the type of care which their commitment and their resolve deserves. And as political representatives, I suggest we owe it to them to do better and to relieve them of that moral distress. And that's why I welcome the Northern Ireland Audit Office report into the ambulance handovers. As we know, it was published on the 11th of March, and it underlines the seriousness and the scale of the pressures facing HSC services. Now, I will carefully consider the report's recommendations alongside key officials, but I already note the recognition that the root cause of the delayed ambulance handovers is that wider, severe HSC whole system pressure and hospital discharge delays. Patients are waiting far too long in ambulances outside our EDs, and that's as a direct consequence of poor flow in our hospitals and also social care constraints, as members have noted. I also recognise the risk of harm to patients who are delayed at handover on arrival at EDs, and the impact this has on NIAS's capacity to respond to the next emergency call in the community. So reducing those ambulance handover delays has been and remains one of my key areas of focus. But it's important to reiterate that while pressures manifest at the emergency department, flow through the system and getting people medically fit for discharge back into the community remain significant issues. It's been widely referenced in recent weeks and months that hospital flow is hampered by delays in discharging individuals who are deemed medically fit. and there are a number of steps my department is currently undertaking to minimise the challenges in coordinating these delays. To support the Adult Social Care Reform Programme, we've established a Social Care Collaborative Forum. It provides vision along with strategic advice and guidance on the delivery of social care. And this forum will take forward agreed action across a number of work streams to support improvement and transformation in adult social care. This work will include a comprehensive review of the regional care home contract and specification, with a revised contract expected to be in place by June of this year. It also means taking forward my commitment to end minimum wage jobs in social care, ensuring all staff are paid at least the real living wage. It involves the extension of the early review team pilot model, which reviews needs and ultimately allows additional capacity to be recycled back into the system. It involves digital interventions, such as Careline Live and the Care Home Availability digital app, using technology to help ease pressures. It involves the use of direct payments and emergency direct payments to enable packages of care to be provided through the employment of a personal assistant. This will improve flow and discharge transitions. And it involves the extension of the trusted advisor model into a 7-day model across all hospital sites, promoting safe and timely discharges from hospitals.
I'm sure if the Minister was not himself able to watch the committee meeting on Thursday, you will have had officials sitting in and listening to what was being said. Would the Minister commit to meeting with those who are involved in palliative care provision to ensure that those people who are receiving palliative care, as the member mentioned earlier, are not ending up unnecessarily in hospital, because there are services out there that could look after them much better in their own homes?
I thank the member for her comment, and I absolutely have no difficulty agreeing to that meeting. Work to address the wider system pressures has to be prioritised. And that doesn't mean that NIAS has been sitting idle, awaiting these issues to be resolved elsewhere. Flow and discharge issues are key aggravating factors, but there's also much NIAS can do, and indeed is already doing. So my department is actively engaged in developing a 10-year workforce plan with NIAS to further develop capacity, capability, and the utilisation of the right skills mix. This will allow the ambulance service to better meet the needs of our communities by developing the enhanced paramedic role, innovative care pathways, and strategic collaborations across the health system. In 23-24, NIAS established a new integrated clinical hub. This incorporates senior clinicians. NIAS has subsequently changed the clinical practices within the integrated clinical hub team to support the management of patients in the community where possible, thus reducing conveyances to EDs while ensuring patient safety is maintained during extended response times. The integrated clinical hub's highly skilled senior clinicians can identify alternative pathways for patients through the increased use of hear and treat and see and treat pathways managed through an urgent care liaison desk. This enhanced clinical team provides increasing numbers of patients with advice to reduce conveyances to our emergency departments. It also provides advice to support crews, enabling referrals to a range of other pathways, including hospital at home, falls, epilepsy, and diabetes pathways. Learning from the Scottish Ambulance Service, where mental health professionals have been integrated into its control room, the Integrated Clinical Hub also contains mental health professionals from the South Eastern Trust. They work at weekends to provide expertise which supports patients to access alternative pathways for mental health issues. The service currently operates Friday to Sunday from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m, and early data from NIAS shows a 40% reduction in conveyance to emergency departments for patients who are experiencing mental health crises, and this leads to much improved patients' experiences. Western Trust staff are currently finalising training to work with the NIAS control room, and this will enhance their service even further. Funding for the scheme has been provided to the end of March 2026, and an external evaluation will be carried out by the Public Health Agency in this year to inform plans for further expansion of the service. I previously rehearsed my concerns about the pressure on NIAS staff, who must deal with the welfare and distress of their patients and their carers on a daily basis, and these concerns remain with me. Nevertheless, NIAS are making great strides in supporting staff back to work, improving their long-term absence rates and increasing the available workforce. And I think it's right that this improved absence rate was acknowledged in the Audit Office report, and I hope to see this trend continue. I remain determined to find better ways to work as a system to tackle the complex issues we currently face, and that's why I initiated a series of winter planning workshops aimed at identifying new, innovative solutions to the system flow issues that we collectively face. I attended the first of these events on the 4th of March, and I was very encouraged by the engagement and indeed the enthusiasm from HSC leaders from right across the system. The workshop was attended by a wide range of stakeholders from across HSC, including the Royal Colleges, clinicians and other frontline services. Our system leaders are all involved. There will be 3 more workshops over the coming months, with the final workshop in June, and this will inform a sharper, more focused plan for next year, and I expect to see better outcomes in advance of winter, including improvements to ambulance handover times. Improving those times and response times in the community is a key focus, and as part of work to explore new methods of working, my officials and the trusts have engaged with the London Ambulance Service to understand better their scheme to release ambulances no later than 45 minutes after arrival. We know that this has resulted in significant improvements in handover times across the London area. So my officials, alongside clinicians and management from trusts, visited the King George Hospital in London, along with the London Ambulance Service, on the 10th of March to discuss the adoption of a robust protocol for the escalation of ambulance handovers where these exceed the 15-minute target. And those discussions are continuing at pace with trusts on how the learning can be used to improve handover at our hospitals. One of the key messages from the visit was that in order for this protocol to work, there is a need for a whole systems approach, and that emergency departments and the ambulance service on their own cannot bring about the changes without the support of the rest of the system. Now, this will require leadership, it will require ownership, and it requires cultural change. And this is at the heart of the planning workshops that I've been facilitating with leaders across HSC. I'm pleased everybody seems to be up for the challenge. More broadly, my vision remains to keep emergency departments for emergency cases, and that's why I've continued to implement the recommendations set out in the Urgent and Emergency Care Review. Like elsewhere in the United Kingdom, the pressures across our whole system are immense, meaning the long-term vision I've already articulated remains essential, and that is improving services and the service user experience by making it easier to access the most appropriate services at the right time. We published the Urgent and Emergency Care Review in 2022 with strategic priorities including the rollout of urgent care centres across all trusts, greater use of rapid access clinics and ambulatory care, the introduction of local and ultimately regional phone-first services, and improving intermediate care to treat patients in their home as an alternative to hospital admission. An additional recommendation from the review was the initiation of a Getting It Right First Time, or GIRFT, review of emergency medicine. Following the completion of that report, commissioned by Robin Swan, my department considered the report's recommendations and produced an improvement plan. My department has also worked with trusts to address specific issues highlighted in that report. And I know there's interest among some in this House to have sight of the GIRFT report on emergency medicine and the associated implementation plan. And that's why I am publishing both on my department's website tomorrow. I'm pleased to be able to assure members that the GIRFT implementation plan is on track for delivery. Since the completion of that review, the GIRFT team has continued to work with my officials and with the trusts on their improvement plans and played a key role in the development of the Trust's local winter plans for 24-25. The GIRFT team has also been involved as external advisors on work to improve and standardise same-day emergency care, or CDEC services, which were commissioned and expanded through the No More Silos programme, and I welcome the ongoing support and challenge provided by the team. Although some progress has been made in delivering changes to services to meet the needs of patients and service users, I'm afraid there's no quick fix, and addressing the current situation will require sustained, long-term effort, additional recurrent funding and support across the political spectrum. The Audit Office report was clear on the need for urgent action, and I've heard that call. But I must stress yet again, we will be limited on the impact we can make without additional budgetary support, and this impact will be much less again when I'm being asked to make additional baseline reductions. I have accepted the challenge to transform the system, as outlined in my recently consulted upon Creating a Network for Better Outcomes document, but the long-term meaningful change that's required to see results must have cross-party support in the Executive, and that must be backed by adequate resources. Principal Deputy Speaker, Mr Durkan moved the motion. There's just one comment he made that I want to take issue with. He talked about the workforce making highly risky decisions. I don't recognise that phrase, Principal Deputy Speaker. In visiting the EDs post-Christmas, many of the workforce talked about having to make decisions which were the least worst option, but I would gently suggest that is substantially different from making highly risky decisions. Mr Robinson moved amendment number 1. He clearly gets it. It is a whole system solution that is required. It is about the flow. And I absolutely agree with him that while we have 5 separate geographic health trusts, we need standardised regional protocols, and we need to see the 5 trusts operating as if they are one. Ms Dillon talked about looking elsewhere. Well, I was in Washington earlier this month. I visited an $800 million facility, brand new, an enormous emergency department. Corridor care was a thing. Every day, corridors filled with patients, to the extent where they actually have specific corridor care teams. And in the other ED I visited, they said, yes, our ambulances queue up on a daily basis to handovers. So it's not just a problem here in Northern Ireland. Finally, I have to say, the motion calls for money, Sinn Féin call about investment. My final message is a very simple one, Principal Deputy Speaker. This is Planet Earth calling the Northern Ireland Assembly. There's a £400 million gap in the projected budget for the Health Department. We cannot commission new services.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Orlia Flynn to wind on amendment number 2 and advise Orlia that you've got 5 minutes.
Gormailga, thanks very much. So yes, I'd like to thank obviously my colleague Linda Dillon opened the debate on this amendment and did set out very clearly the scale of the challenges that we face and the type of response that's needed. And the points that's been raised reflect what many of us hear time and time again in our own constituencies around ambulance delays that are putting lives at risk, around a system that's under unrelenting pressure, and staff, and for me this is actually the crucial point, staff who are already doing their best in really, really difficult circumstances. So I completely understand that the motion is extremely well intended, because I do think that it's important, given obviously the financial position that the Health Minister is in and that the Executive's in. I do think it's always important to try and look and learn from other models of best practice, and then obviously all given within whatever financial options that we have to introduce any new type of model. And so yes, I do know that it's well intentioned, but Mark actually did touch on the point, because it comes back to the issue of, so if we see a model we're saying that it's working, that it's proven to work, and we want to introduce it, it's coming back to that issue of how are you fully introducing it to do what it's designed to do if the staff are the same staff that we've always had. So the staff are already working in really difficult circumstances. You bring in, potentially, if we're going to bring in this new model with the same amount of staff, with the same amount of blockages, but I know then obviously, as it mentioned, yes, yep.
And I know that I'm sure Sinn Féin members won't spend long times reading an SDLP document, but it includes additional staff. That's the purpose of it. The premise is it can't be introduced unless there are extra staff to deal with it, or using the cohorting method, which is a well-recognised method over in the rest of the UK. So this is not mentioned without staff. It's not the same staff. You couldn't do that.
Thanks very much for clarifying that. And so I do think that is important. So if then on the basis that we do get the additional staff and then we'll have the new model, it goes back to the point that Linda had made when we done that session in the Health Committee last year with the 5 chief executives of the trusts, and then they were banging on about the point social care, social care, social care. And so it's, I suppose, then a two-pronged approach. If we can deal with the blockage of social care in the hospitals, if we can get additional staff in the EDs, then in theory, you know, this model would work really well. But it's how do you get to that point? And then the other wee issue that I want to raise is the staff themselves. So I do think it's interesting that Linda had mentioned, and obviously that's just one example, but the consultant that she was speaking with in the emergency department in Craigavon, where obviously there seemed to be a bit of fear, you know, with that consultant saying, look, listen, whatever you do, you know, please don't put more pressure, you know, in EDs, please don't put more patients into EDs. So it's, I suppose it's how you're getting around all of this. I think what's really, really important, I'm really glad to hear the Minister was outlining some of the work that he's been carrying out around the winter pressures and the workshops that are taking place. And we'll all look forward then to the conclusion of the June workshop then, if that's the final workshop, to hear what sort of practical solutions that you'll be able to hopefully deliver on are coming out of that. Yes, yeah.
Just to highlight, I think your colleague had mentioned one of her visits when she was at an A&E department, there were 60 odd patients who were for admission, decision to admit, and then 60 odd who were medically fit as well. 60 patients in an A&E department who should be on a ward. That's 3 wards worth of patients in A&E. So the A&E staff have to deliver that within A&E, within the space, the confined space of A&E. Would the member agree with me that there's simply no space to have 3 wards worth of patients within a functioning A&E department?
I totally agree, and I suppose then when you think about that in practical terms, and I don't need to preach to yourself because you've worked within the health sector, but even in that circumstance where there's these wards that are in the emergency department, then that on top of that you're getting all the walk-ins, all the additional ambulances, so you're getting all the, you know, the continuous stream of emergencies that are coming in on top of what they're trying to deal with. But maybe just to close in, so around the June workshop, do look forward to hopefully something positive can come out of that. And just to say, I think, see the hospital at home stuff in the at Daisy Hill, the Southern Trust, the Phone First, the integrated clinical hub, that 40% reduction, that is all really, really brilliant things that are happening. I mean, it really, really is good work that's happening. But I know we just need to try and find ways, how can we do more of that? And again, I totally get the motion is clearly well intended in terms of how do we make this better, and we all want to try and make it better. So hopefully in the next couple of months after today's motion, after the workshops, we can find a way of bringing forward workable practical solutions that will make a change.
Thank you. Earlier I called Diane Dodds to wind on amendment number 1 and advise Diane that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say thank you, because I do think that the tone of the debate is helpful, and I think that there is a general consensus on some of the themes that we need to do across the House. We are happy to support the motion, but thought maybe that we should recognise that this is a potential solution, but there are other issues that need to be addressed, and there are ours to address, and we need to get on with doing it. Can I thank my colleague Alan Robinson for bringing forward the amendment and highlighting the difficulties within the health system. And just at the end of this debate, I just do want to put it on the record that, once again, that the Audit Office report said that delayed ambulance handovers cost us 50 million over 5 years, including 13.2 million in the most recent year. It caused a 25% reduction in operational capacity and placed close to 4,000 patients at risk of serious harm. It also contributed 37.8 million to an overtime bill for Northern Ireland Ambulance Service staff. And at a time when the health service is under pressure in all directions, these are issues that we cannot ignore. During December, we had, and the first half of January, we had ambulance handover delays of 16 hours and 9 minutes at the Mater Hospital, 19 hours at the Causeway Hospital, 23 hours and 36 minutes at the Ulster Hospital, and 25 hours and 15 minutes at the Antrim Area Hospital. These are really unacceptable figures that we have within the system, and that is why debates like this are important, but it's also important to have a plan of action to understand exactly what we can do to make things better. And sadly, harm does come to patients, and Mr. Gaston demonstrated that very, very well in the very shocking and untimely death of his constituent. I don't know that any one of us here can do anything but feel shame that this is a system that we preside over. And I hope, Minister, and I know that you will feel the same, that we will be able to make those improvements so that our community across Northern Ireland is not left at risk of these things happening again. We have discussed many of the issues that are really important across this House in trying to actually fix the system. But the one that we keep coming back to over and over again is that issue of the flow of patients across our hospital. And we're in the almost absurd position in Northern Ireland, and I use that word advisedly, where we have sick patients who can't get into hospital because we have well patients who can't leave hospital. And I don't know that anybody can stand over that kind of situation. And no matter what we do, it will come down to fixing that flow of patients through the hospital, getting patients into hospital in a timely manner, getting them onto the ward for treatment in a timely manner, and getting them discharged in a timely manner. And any winter health plan that's going to help improve the situation will have to actually demonstrate that that is at its core. And that is what will happen, or will fix ambulance handovers and the harm that is being done to patients and patient safety. Can I also refer in passing to our session last week, and this was brought up by Nuala McAllister, on the issue of palliative care. There are people that ambulance crews clearly have to take to hospital because there's nowhere else for them to go. And at Christmas, I was spoken to by a lady at the Southern Area Hospice ceremony of remembrance, where she talked about her sister-in-law who had to die in an ED in Craigavon, and as she described it, with not even a pillow for her head.
Time's up.
Minister, I know that you will not be in support or in favour of any of this, but I urge urgent action.
Thank you, much appreciated. I call Colin McGrath to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and the advice of 10 minutes. Colin.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad that we have had the opportunity to have this debate, to be able to hear from all sides of the House on the issue that was on the order paper. And I know that I had maybe the Health Minister was expecting me to raise this at question time last week in health questions, and we went down a different route because I thought that it was better to give it a proper airing and a motion, and giving ourselves the full hour and a half to be able to debate it, because it is something that we think is really important, because I think it's been quite eloquently put by Diane Dodds that we have sick people that are looking to get into a hospital and they can't. And I think that that is something that we can all agree on. And I was contacted by a number of organisations, and I'm sure many members were, about this debate today, where they are highlighting the problem. They're highlighting that people are getting sicker because they can't get access to emergency care. Ultimately, that people are dying because they cannot get access to timely ambulance treatment and arriving for them. And right at the beginning, I want to give a big shout out to our staff, to our paramedics. They work along with the whole network of staff throughout the ambulance service to the best of their ability. They go beyond the best of their ability, but they are absolutely constrained whenever these highly trained, highly skilled individuals in our community log on for work and get into the back of an ambulance and sit with one patient for 8 hours and then log off and come out again. That is not utilising the skills that we have trained them up. That is not giving them the opportunity to perform the life-saving techniques that they have. And I recently visited the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. It was a good snapshot. They have the live screens there telling you exactly what the situation is at that exact moment in time. And when I was there, there were 21 ambulances sitting outside emergency departments and 22 people waiting on an ambulance. So again, not thinking about all of the solutions and working through, it's not rocket science to see that those that were waiting couldn't get an ambulance because the ambulances were sitting outside the hospitals. And I did ask, through Assembly question, found out that over past 5 years, 97,000 people's conditions deteriorated whilst they were waiting on an ambulance. So in other words, their category increased because their condition was getting more serious as they were waiting on an ambulance. And one only has to think about the cost to our health service, because we're ultimately bringing sicker people to the hospitals because it is taking us so long to go out and get them, and to think of the money that could be saved. And I think the Northern Ireland Audit Office did a wonderful job in putting lots and lots of flesh on that bone to be able to tell us exactly what the cost is to the system. Now, there were a number of amendments to our motions today, and I feel that they do somewhat, from an opposition perspective, speak to the situation that we see in our executive. Our executive is our government. Our government are charged with coming up with the solutions to the problems that we face and for the proper and effective delivery of public services. But in this matter, which is a matter of life and death, it's a matter of health outcomes, and it is the matter of responding to urgent cares. We have one executive party producing one view in an amendment. We have another executive party producing a different view in another motion. Both obfuscate the matter. They do, in some respects, offer a little bit of grandma and apple pie to the situation that we're looking at, and will ultimately not result in anything being changed. And I am a bit bewildered that the amendment was accepted, because in our motion we were clearly asking for one thing and one thing only. It's about the ambulance service and the W45. And we said, let's deal with ambulance handovers, let's smooth that process, let's get them back out on the road, let's get them back out into the communities. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. I think your point on saying that you were asking for one thing and one thing only then takes away from what the member, Mr Durkin, said, that we are not asking for one thing and one thing only. We accept that it needs a full systems approach. We cannot fix, and you know this, Colin, you're on the committee with me, we cannot fix what's happening in our ED departments if we don't fix the flow through.
And I think that speaks to some of the problem that there is in this, because it is possible to fix some of the problem and let it contribute to the overall problems that there are. But if the other way that you look at this is that you can't fix any of it until you've got a solution for the entire system, then we're going to be waiting years and years and years before there's going to be any solution. And why will we wait years and years and years? Because we've been waiting for years and years. How many of us here were an awful lot younger, much younger than we are today, whenever we heard about that there was problems with people getting out of hospital, that there were problems with domiciliary care, that there were problems with patients' flows? It's not new. This has arisen in the last year or two. These issues have been happening for a decade, more than a decade. And where are the solutions? We're still waiting. Still waiting. And what happens as a result of us still waiting, and why we are looking at the issue of the ambulance service? Because people are dying. I'm not just saying that. The Audit Office is saying that. People are dying because they cannot get ambulances. 95-year-old grandmothers are lying in the street for up to 6 or 7 hours waiting on an ambulance. And our executive says, let's fix the whole problem. It's about patient flow here, we have to fill domiciliary care there, and we've got to train staff there. I can't remember the exact figure, but I think for domiciliary care, the issues to resolve it is over £40 million. Can't get £2 or £3 million for this, but fix the whole system where one part of that solution is over £40 million is what the answer back is. That's why we have been driven to the point of saying that's what happened in London. That's because the ambulance service there recognised that that problem was taking place, and what they said is it can't wait anymore. They have managed to reduce their Category 2 response times. They've cut it in half. Where it was 50 minutes, it's now down to 25 minutes. And just in case people don't know, what is Category 2? Acute strokes, heart attacks, significant breathing problems and serious trauma. And the London Ambulance Service introduced this system and cut their Category 2 response times in half. Our Category 2 response times are worse than where London was, and they've managed to cut it in half by introducing this model. Is it a perfect model against the whole system? No. Do I want to see the whole system fixed? Yes. Is the whole system going to get fixed in the next 3 or 4 months? No. But it took them, they told me in London, 3 weeks to introduce the system.
Giving way, in my ministerial office there's a quote on the wall. It says, if we wait for the moment where everything, absolutely everything is ready, we shall never begin. So let me assure the member, I'm not waiting until everything is ready.
I welcome the Minister saying that, because I know that you do. And I know that you're constantly saying that you don't have the money to be able to deliver the projects that you need to deliver to be able to fix the whole system. And that's why I'm saying, if you're not going to get the money to fix the whole system, then there's no point in sitting back and adding amendments on that says fix all of the system. But it's only to put into context why we are suggesting this model. It's not that we're saying ignore everything else. It's just that I'm a realist. I know that we're not, the Health Minister is not going to get 2, 3, 4, 500 million pounds simply to address the issues that need to be addressed in order to sort out all of the problems that there are. But our estimates, based on what we saw in London, is at a couple of million. And I know everything that we offer and everything that we suggest requires money, and you're like, well, where does it come from? But if we're saying that a couple of £1 million can't be found so that we can go and lift that 95-year-old grandmother off the ground, that we can't go and help people suffering from heart attacks, that we can't help people when they collapse in our community with strokes, and we say to them, about an hour is time enough to get to you, then I think we have even bigger problems than patient flow and other issues. Now, of course, we're going to support the amendments, because how could you go on the record of not supporting fixing all of those problems? But we brought a little bit of focus to one specific issue, and I do not know how that passed as an amendment whenever you completely rewrite the entire meaning of a motion that's there. But whilst we're all understanding, or we're all very passionate about this issue, I do think that we are generally going in the same direction, is that we want to see our ambulance service be able to be responsive in our communities and be there whenever people lift the phone and dial 999, they know help is coming. And I hope that that can be the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. So as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease to then, when the question will be put on amendments number 1, number 2 and then a substantive motion. Okay, so could members take their ease?
Order. Members, the sittings resume. I call Sean McColland to ask his first question to the Minister for Infrastructure.
During 2024-25, NI Water will have invested £1.8 million at Grange Wastewater Treatment Works in North Antrim. The Grange Wastewater Treatment Works is located to the south of Taylorstown Village, and construction is due to be completed in May 2025. The Grange Wastewater Treatment Works upgrade builds on the £1.1 million sewer network improvements that NI Water completed earlier in PC21. However, the fact remains that there are several wastewater treatment works in the North Antrim constituency which currently have no available capacity for development. These are the wastewater treatment works at Armoy Bush, Dervick, Mosside, Ballymoney and Stranockham. Capacity issues have also been identified in parts of the wastewater network in Ballycastle, Ballymena, Ballymoney, Bushmills, Port Glenone and Resharkin. Unfortunately, this may lead to negative planning responses for developments in these areas. However, each application will be assessed individually depending on the location and level of capacity constraints in that area, and wherever possible, NI Water will work with developers to identify solutions. I will continue to work with executive colleagues to secure funding for the capital investment programme through 2024 to 2027.
Thank you, Minister. And particularly the likes of Armoy, where there's planning applications in place, there's space for development. It's just a really difficult situation, and rural communities are really suffering with the lack of wastewater infrastructure. What engagement are you having with NI Water, specifically around rural communities, and trying to increase the capacity there before communities are decimated because people can't continue to live in them?
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate the issues that the members raised in relation to rural communities. I think it's a very important one. I'm engaging with NI Water quite frequently on all of these issues, and I think looking at the approach that I've outlined that I'm taking on the whole is to look specifically to unlocking capacity where we can at the earliest possible stage. So bearing that in mind, I think specific work around rural communities needs to happen, and that's something I'm committed to work with all parties to try and address.
I remind members before I call them that they are to be relevant to the initial question. I call Declan McAleer.
Minister, could you elaborate a bit more detail as to what your department is doing to address wastewater capacity issues?
Yeah, so as I have outlined, I'm continuing to build on the three-pronged approach that is already in place, which includes working with executive colleagues to increase investment in wastewater, exploring the options for developer contributions with the consultation that launched on Friday past, and introducing a water, flooding and sustainable drainage bill to the Assembly. My department has provided NI Water with £500 million this year to enable it to deliver essential water and sewerage systems. NI Water has advised that 18,500 properties can be connected if developers design, fund and construct alternative solutions such as stormwater offsetting, and a further 19,000 properties require NI Water capital upgrades. If NI Water's Price Control 21 investment plan was fully funded, connections would have been limited to 4,500 of those 19,000.
Mr Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the impact on the greater wastewater capacity issues that the pausing of certain aspects of the Living with Water programme has had and will have, including within my own constituency with the Kinnegher wastewater treatment works. Can the Minister outline any update on prioritising action here on the general issue of wastewater capacity? Minister.
Well, as the member will know, we've had discussions in the chamber in relation to this already since I've come into post. Again, my officials and myself have been engaging with NI Water as frequently as we can to try and move that forward. Whilst there has been challenges, it will continue to move at a much lower pace than we would like. But I think going back to the overall approach to try and increase that investment to enable those upgrades and that work to happen is my priority and my focus to bring in the funding that's needed to deliver on all of these issues.
Minister, update us on how many times her department has used enforcement powers with NI Water over the last year to comply with its legal obligations, including those relating to water quality. Minister.
Well, water quality would be NIEA. However, I don't have the exact figures in front of me in relation to enforcement, but I'm happy to come back to the member in writing on that to make sure we have the most accurate figures.
Moving to the next question, Timothy Gaston.
Question 2.
Minister.
I am committed to the visibility and promotion of Irish language across public services and in our society. Grand Central Station is not just for the people of Belfast, it is a transport hub for people right across the island, and it's important therefore that it's reflective of all citizens. I have therefore taken the decision to install bilingual signage at Belfast Grand Central Station and on all Translink's ticket vending machines. As we have just come out of Seachtain na Gaeilge, this is an important and positive development to demonstrate my support for the Irish language as a living language used daily by citizens across the North and the actions being taken by my department.
Mr. Galson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coming from a minister who's a party that has once described every word spoken in Irish as another bullet in the freedom struggle, why is the minister abusing her position to fire cultural bullets in a situation situated in a loyalist heartland of Belfast?
Minister.
Okay. The Irish language is for everyone, and it is reflective of the culture right across this island. The transport hub is not just for the people of Belfast, it's for all people right across our island, and it's nothing to fear. I think the important point as well to make is that the Irish language is actually in law, and Belfast is one of the most thriving areas in the North, and if not in Ireland, for the Irish language. So I'm committed to delivering equality for everyone across this area.
Jane.
I thank the Minister for her answer.
Can the Minister tell us what signage will be provided at Grand Central Station and when will this happen?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for his question. The bilingual signage, sorry, 2 seconds. The bilingual signage to be introduced includes wayfinding signage for passenger movements, passenger information including all safety signage, welcome, customer service and platform IDs, and it will be installed later this year.
Kelly Armstrong.
There are currently no plans to replace the Section 10B permit for community transport operators with Section 19 and Section 22 permits, which are used in Britain. However, my officials are currently reviewing the operation of the Section 10B permit scheme as part of the overall review of community transport.
Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, by introducing a Section 19 permit and Section 22 permits, it would actually allow community transport to deliver the lack of transport in rural areas and improve the amount of accessible transport across rural areas. Can I ask what the barrier is to bringing forward legislation that's currently used in the rest of the UK, please?
Well, I'm not aware of any specific barriers, but I think at this point we are developing those broader transport plans, and I think that will feed into part of that as well. So happy to look at that in more specific detail for the member to get to understand where maybe the challenges are at this point. It's my understanding that they were reviewing the 10B permit, so but I can look in more detail at the Section 19.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank the Minister for her answers. Can the Minister outline what the next steps for the review of community transport will be?
Sure.
So, at the conclusion of the review, officials will provide me with their final report, findings and recommendations. So, at that stage, then we'll know better what the next steps are, and we'll share that with members.
For your answers. Minister, can you outline what engagement you've had with the First and Deputy First Minister around the delivery of an infrastructure commission within the last year?
Well, I haven't had any specific engagement with the Executive Office at this point in time, but hope to see that in future, the coming weeks or months.
Annie Donnelly.
I don't have question 4 here, sorry. Bear with me 2 seconds because it could be on there. Sorry. Yeah, during this financial year, NI Water has been... No, sorry. Sorry, I haven't been provided with question 4.
Infrastructure Commission.
Apologies, it's been missed off my list here. Can I come back to the member? I'm really sorry about that. It's not... No, I know that. I have question 3 and then it goes to question 5, so it's a technical difficulty.
The paper's actually very good, so it is. Question 5.
I do have that. The timetable of services is primarily an operational matter for TransLink. The public service agreement allows TransLink to amend services, but they must do in a cost-effective manner, consistent with the required level of quality and performance and minimise costs. My department has been operating in a difficult financial environment for a number of years due to underfunding and austerity by the British Government. This includes the funding available for the public transport network. The Belvoir estate is serviced by the 6C and 6D services, which collectively offer 2 buses per hour across the day and 3 during peak times. Translink monitors passenger loadings on an ongoing basis, which indicates the level of patronage which would not support an increase in capacity at this time. As such, there are no immediate plans to develop frequency on 6C and 6D routes. Translink will continue to monitor these and other metro services for opportunities and for network growth.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. I'm wondering if, in taking forward the plans for the north-south glider route, is any consideration being given to incorporating Belvoir Estate into some offshoot of that? Thank you.
Well, I think the fact that we have some scope left within the extension of the glider route, I'm happy to speak to officials in relation to that to see if that's possible. I'm not aware of it at this point in time, but I'm happy to take that forward, and potentially then in the next phase we can look at that.
Call Cara Hunter.
Please, Minister.
Minister.
Major road schemes are an important part of the work that is delivered by my department as we seek to reduce journey times, increase reliability and improve road safety. My department is in the process of developing a new transport strategy that will help to shape the vision and strategic priorities for transport through to 2035. Once this is published, it will help to inform the transport plan for the regional strategic transport network, which includes the A2 at Ballykelly. A preferred route for Ballykelly bypass was announced in 2010. However, in advance of any decision to prioritise this scheme, officials would need to undertake a reassessment of the route due to the passage of time. The estimate for the bypass compiled back in 2008 was in the region of 35 million to 40 million. Again, this would need to be brought up to date and would be subject to high levels of inflation and cost increases experienced by the construction sector in recent years. As you'll know, my department has been operating in a very difficult financial environment for a number of years due to the lack of funding, and any decision to proceed with the A2 Ballykelly bypass can only be made when I'm confident there is budget certainty that will help to deliver that scheme.
Ms Hunter.
Mr Speaker, Minister, this weekend it took over 30 minutes to go between Greysteel and Ballykelly, so understandably locals and residents in this area want to see as much progress as possible on this road. Minister, can you just give me more clarity on what the timeline would be to conduct a reassessment of this road?
Well, I don't have a timeline at this point, but happy to come back. I can speak to officials to get a sense of what that would look like and inform the member then going forward.
Ruskin.
Mr Speaker, road infrastructure projects are very, very important. They're important to an awful lot of people outside this chamber. On the 27th of January, I asked the then Minister about when the review of the prioritisation of major roads programme would be published. I was told it would be within weeks. We're now about 2 months down the line. When will it come out, and what is the cause of the delay?
I can speak to officials on that one because, as you said, the response came from the previous minister, so I don't have that to hand either. But I'm happy to come back at the earliest possible stage to the chair of the committee in relation to that, and hopefully it will be sooner rather than later.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister provide an update on Phase 2 of the A6 upgrade? Thank you.
Part of the works for Phase 2 of the A6 between Caw and Drumahoe will encroach on the illegal waste site at Maboy. My department is currently working with the NIE and other stakeholders to ensure that any remediation proposals take account of each party's requirements, including those associated with the A6 Phase 2 project. My officials are currently awaiting the publication of DAERA's draft optimum remediation strategy, and once this information is available, we will be in a position to consider its implications and develop a delivery strategy and timeline for the Phase 2 project.
Question 7. Ms Murphy. Andy Murphy. Or sorry, Alan Robinson.
Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree that having 18,000 vehicles per day...
Mr Robinson, it's question 7 you're asking, so...
Apologies, Mr Speaker.
No, haven't...
Okay.
It's question...
Yeah. Okay. There are many ways that routes to school can be improved and made safer. Since 2020-2021, the Department has delivered 2 tranches of part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at 216 schools, an investment of £4 million, bringing the total number of schools with part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits to 233. A review of this recent initiative has been undertaken and is available on my department's internet site. The report concludes that a targeted approach is needed to ensure that the correct safety intervention is selected, and work to update that policy is underway. In addition to this, my department is updating its design guidance for active travel and has recently carried out a public consultation on a draft active travel delivery plan. Routes to key destinations, including schools, have been prioritised within the plan, and the updated design guidance will include a toolkit of measures around schools to encourage more people to consider walking, wheeling and cycling for the school journey.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Can I ask that she ask her officials to consider 2 schools in my constituency where there are safety concerns for children, namely Ballykelly Primary School and McCosquin Primary School?
Any specific requests, I'm happy to ask officials to assess and see where we can move forward. And I hope to be able to make an announcement in relation to the next stage of the 20 mile per hour. I think it's a very important scheme, and I've been watching closely what's been happening in Wales, where they have rolled out 20 mile per hour zones, not just outside schools, but in residential areas and town centres and others, and have seen a 63% reduction in road traffic collisions. So I think it's a very important piece of work that we should be looking at here, and that's something I'm keen to take forward.
Alfie Mason.
I thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, can I ask what are the measures that are being considered as part of the Active Travel Toolkit?
Sure.
The toolkit is being developed by drawing on national and international best practice. It includes a range of measures such as the provision of greater priority for pedestrians at crossings in the vicinity of schools, and measures to discourage inconsiderate parking that can cause difficulties for those walking or wheeling. Reduced speeds around schools is also important, and 20 mile per hour speed limits are an additional measure that can be introduced as part of a particular scheme, depending on whether the main issue is one of speeding motorists, congestion at school times, or inconsiderate parking.
Anya Murphy.
Question 8.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 8 and 9 together. St Mary's School in Colesher is certainly the type of school which I would consider as benefiting from a further rollout of the part-time zones at schools programme, which has been very well received. Since 2020-2021, my department has delivered 2 tranches of the 20 mile per hour speed limits at 216 schools, and is now at a total of 233 schools. And a review of this recent initiative, as I've said earlier, has been very positive and can be viewed on my department's website. The review recommends the provision of a 3rd tranche of part-time 20 mile per hour speed limits at schools. However, this will be more modest in size and is dependent on the availability of funding. The report also concludes that a more targeted approach is needed to ensure that the correct safety intervention is selected, and work to update our policy document is underway. I've asked officials to prepare the programme of schools to be treated in the next financial year based on the existing scored listing, but with preference given to rural schools which are located on roads where the national speed limit applies, and obviously considering the safety of introducing such measures. St Mary's School in Colesher will be considered for inclusion as part of this work, subject to the school meeting the threshold for inclusion.
Ms Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for indeed prioritising rural schools in all of our constituencies. Minister, can I ask what are your plans in addressing speed in general?
Yeah, so I would also like to see what can be done to improve attitudes to speed, not only for road safety purposes, but also to make places cleaner and greener. And I've therefore asked officials to prepare a paper on the use of permanent 20 mile per hour speed limits, particularly, as I've said earlier, near schools, but in predominantly residential areas and places such as town centres where there are a high number of people who are walking, wheeling or cycling. And I've also asked that consideration be given to the national speed limits that apply on rural roads and HGV speed limits. And to ensure that others' views are considered in the setting of speed limits here, I plan to hold a public consultation exercise in relation to this later this year.
Thank
you, Minister. In relation to 20 mile per hour speed limits outside schools, will your department prioritise those schools where children have previously been involved in road traffic collisions, such as Grange Park Primary in my constituency?
Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and I think, given the severity of those issues, all of that will have to be considered and prioritised in the round. So we will publish more information on it as it comes, and we look at the permanent scheme and what that might look like. But happy to take that on board if it hasn't already been done by officials.
Buchanan.
Following the recent accident which tragically lost the life of Caitlin Rose McMullen near Castle Dawson, What is your thoughts on changing the law to stop vehicles overtaking stopped or parked up buses departing children and letting them on or off?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for raising this, and I think it's important just to send my thoughts to Caitlin's family and friends and the entire school community in that area. A very, very tragic incident, and something with having 2 small children myself that really, something that's really impacted, I think, all of us. This is a really important issue, and I have been looking at what has been done elsewhere in relation to overtaking buses and children coming off, exiting and getting onto buses, and how we can improve safety in those areas. So I have already spoken with officials and asked them to look at options as to what we can do, because I think it's a really critical issue, and it's particularly pertinent given what has recently happened.
Minister for her consideration of the rural roads in this forthcoming scheme, if it is implemented. Minister, there are a number of reported near misses in 5 Mile Town Primary School. I just wonder, can the Minister advise how much weighting is given to schools that are located on A roads?
Minister.
So, as I've said, the application and the criteria are all being worked on at present. The existing scoring is being kept for this latest tranche, but I think that where specifics issues have arisen like that, that needs to be taken into strong consideration, and happy for officials to maybe meet with the member if they haven't already done so, to look at that one specifically.
Question 10, Handovers.
Question 10.
Minister.
My officials have engaged with TransLink both prior to and after the introduction of the hourly enterprise service to assess any potential traffic impacts in Lurgan. A traffic study was undertaken to assess the potential impacts of the new train timetable prior to its introduction in October 2024. The results of this study showed a minimal potential impact on traffic queues. In January 2025, and after the opening of the transport hub, my officials completed a subsequent traffic study to determine the actual traffic impact as a result of the new timetable. This study highlighted no significant increase to queue lengths, and as such, my department has no current plans to install mitigation measures.
Ms Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, my constituents in Lurgan will be gravely disappointed by your answer. No plans to do anything. I highlighted this issue to your officials during the consultation period, and numerous constituents complain about traffic disruption at this point. Do you have at least any plans to look at car parking facilities in the vicinity of Lurgan train station, so that we can at least enhance the number of people who are able to park their car and travel to Belfast or onwards?
Yeah, I thank the member for a question, and I know it will be disappointing, but I suppose we have to work on the data available to us as well, so it's trying to find that balance. What I can say is that TransLink is in the process of procuring a new signal system which will automate the raising lower of barriers. The system is anticipated to take about 5 years to introduce, but could significantly decrease the current barrier downtimes, reducing queue lengths and improving traffic flow at level crossings in Lurgan. Variable message signs were considered in Lurgan Town Centre to advise drivers to avoid William Street, but this would likely encourage traffic to divert to alternative routes, causing additional congestion, particularly at the other level crossings and on Francis Street. But TransLink is also considering park and ride rationalisation as part of the planned Lurgan station redevelopment, and this will hopefully remove conflict access points from the vicinity of the level crossing in William Street, and therefore decrease the time it would take the queue to clear after the barriers are raised. So TransLink have said they will continue to monitor the barrier downtimes to minimise those possible delays, but happy to keep in contact with the member in relation to those issues.
11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We're flying through these today. The upgrade and signalisation of Call Roundabout is included in the planning conditions for the adjacent H30 housing development, and is responsibility of the developer to deliver these works. My department has agreed an expedited programme with the developer, which will see the upgrade delivered prior to occupation of the 263rd dwelling and prior to 30th of November 2026, subject to ratification by Derry City and Strabane District Council's Planning Department. My officials are currently working with the developer to agree the detailed design, and the upgrade and signalisation will reduce traffic congestion and improve road safety at Call Roundabout.
Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her response? The Minister will be aware that people living in my constituency are deeply frustrated by the inaction in addressing Call Roundabout. Will the Minister commit to giving a timeline as to when these issues will finally be addressed and that the roundabout will receive the proper measures that it deserves?
Minister.
Yeah, well, I've outlined, I suppose, the timeline in terms of moving this forward and subject to the ratification from Council. It has taken some time, and I appreciate that. And coming into post, it was probably one of the first briefings that I met with officials in relation to. So we have agreed to an expedited programme, and I hope to see that delivered earlier than would previously have been the case.
Justin McNulty.
12.
Mr.
Well, firstly, can I say, as someone who's been a strong supporter of the design of a lifting bridge, when very few in this chamber were supporting it or spoke out on it, my position has been very clear from as far back as 2020. However, since that, decisions have been taken when this assembly was down, and my predecessor reviewed that decision to try and find a way forward. When I took office on the 3rd of February this year, the proposals and detailed assessments for the Southern Relief Road were within a period of statutory public consultation, which commenced on the 21st of January 2025 and concluded earlier this month on the 4th of March. That consultation was based on the installation of a fixed bridge across the canal. However, officials are currently reviewing the responses and compiling a report for my consideration. At this point, I'm not in a position to comment on any of the responses as that process is ongoing, and once it is concluded, I will be making a decision whether to move to public inquiry.
Mr. McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, Newry has an incredibly rich and proud maritime heritage. Has the Minister not learned anything from the short-sighted destruction of the past, where our railways were ripped up, our canals were left to rack and ruin, and our town centres were bulldozed? Are you going to close off our heritage for the future by putting in a fixed bridge? Yes or no?
Minister.
Well, as I've been born and bred in Newry, I'm very acutely aware of its heritage, and I'm a keen supporter of that. I haven't, if the member had listened to my previous answer, I haven't decided yes or no because there's a consultation period has just ended, and as a minister, I have a responsibility to abide by that process. So it would, if the view was the other way around and I took a decision outside of that process, I'm sure the member would be standing up and criticising me. So the process will run its course. When that report is provided to me, I will make a decision on what the next steps are. The decision to proceed with a fixed bridge was taken at a time when this assembly was down, and the member is very aware of that.
Judy Hargett.
Your answer, and just to confirm again, Minister, would you consider undertaking a public inquiry into this scheme?
As I've said, I think it's for something as critical as a project like the fixed bridge designed for the Southern Relief Road. I, as a citizen, aside from everything else that I might be representing at this point, I'm very keen to ensure that all information is made available and all views are considered as part of that decision-making process, and that's why I want to make sure that is a very thorough process. So, as I've said, the consultation has now closed, responses are being compiled, and my officials will be preparing a report for me to make a decision on whether or not we go to public inquiry.
Mark Turton.
3A, question 13.
Minister.
Major road schemes are an important part of the work that's delivered by my department as we seek to reduce journey times, increase reliability and improve road safety. The A2 Buncrana Road scheme will be considered as part of the North West Transport Plan, which has been subject to a public consultation process. Views from the public were sought to help shape the vision and objectives for the Transport Plan, as well as identifying local transport concerns in the district through public engagement, which commenced on the 27th of August 2024 and concluded on the 5th of November last year. My department has been operating in a very difficult financial environment, as the member will be aware, and any decision to proceed with the A2 Buncrana Road project can only be made when I'm confident there's budget certainty for the scheme and its delivery is in line with the North West Transport Plan.
Mr. Duggan.
Thank the Minister for her answer. This issue predates not just the Minister but these institutions. The Minister refers to the Buncrana Road's place in the North West Transport Plan, but given that it does appear in the investment strategy for future years, can the Minister confirm that her department has or is bidding for the money to carry out this overdue work?
Minister.
Well, at this stage, we haven't made any decisions around the incoming year around the budget and prioritisation of the project. So I suppose it's one that we're very aware of. As I said, it has to also tie in with the transport plan. So hope to have further updates on that very soon.
Mr. Buckley.
Scale infrastructure projects appeared to go to your department to drown in delay and multiply in costs. As a newly elected Minister to the department, what confidence do you have that your department can bring projects from concept to reality and provide good, affordable bureaucracy and indeed costings for the taxpayer?
Minister.
Well, I think it's an issue that affects all departments, because we have to ensure that all our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted for a lot of major projects, and I appreciate the delays. Through my own department, some of the delays that we've seen in the past are around things like planning and wastewater, and those are the priorities that I am working on as a Minister, to try and ensure that we are seeing a more timely processing of projects to avoid those additional costs. I think it's also important to note, when you talk about major projects, look at the A5. Some of the things that have delayed the delivery of the A5 are legal challenges, something that is beyond my control. So there are many factors that can cause delays. However, I can say that we are working very hard to ensure that those things that are within my gift, that we are working to alleviate and streamline those processes to make them smoother for everyone.
Moving to topicals, Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline what role her department has and what action it takes in terms of the removal of unauthorised flags, posters and signage from our street furniture and roadsides?
Well, I think this has been an issue for ongoing debate. My department has specific remit in relation to things that are obstructing roads or visual impact on motorists. However, there are engagement, as the Minister or the member will know, through I suppose the member for South Belfast as well has outlined around the removal of flags and who is responsible for those things, because of some of the contentious nature and the difficulties that those can cause.
Mr. Durgan.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Yes, and I'm aware of the action that the PSNI has taken with the department, and sometimes in the absence of support from the department, around items that are considered inflammatory. But in terms of those that don't meet that threshold, what sort of message does the Minister think it sends out when our roundabouts and roadsides are festooned with her own party's political posters that are completely unauthorised?
Well, if you can point me to the examples of that, I'm happy to ask officials to consider it, but I'm sure there's many political parties have signs and banners up everywhere, and we look at each one of them in individual cases.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the start of the month, the Department for Infrastructure deferred 8 major sewage treatment projects. Would the Minister be able to give us an assessment of the environmental impact that is likely to manifest in this next number of years?
Well, I think, as I've said earlier, there's quite a lot of work going on to see those things moved at a much faster pace. As I've said earlier, on Friday we launched the consultation around developer contributions, and this is about trying to get more investment into the system so that we can move ahead with those upgrades, which are much needed. I don't think there's anybody in this chamber would disagree with the need to move forward on that. But at this point in time, the funding just isn't there to enable me to do that. So I continue to work with NI Water, with NIE, and all stakeholders to ensure that we can continue to move at pace in relation to the delivery of those really critical schemes.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the multiple reports, it does highlight the pressures on planning and indeed our climate, but I want to raise another one, and that is cold water dippers. The growing number of public that we have on a daily basis bathing in cold water, whether that be rivers, lakes, reservoirs or indeed coastal waters. What steps can the department take in the short term and the long term to protect those people?
Well, I think in relation to those particular issues, that is it'd be NIE who are responsible for monitoring the water quality. So we continue to work closely with NIE and other partners to ensure water safety, and NI Water obviously have a role to treat our water and ensure it's safe for drinking, and to manage the sewage treatment. So from that respect, I think NIE probably could provide more information in relation to cold water dipping, but my department works with all partners in relation to that.
Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what budget has been allocated for road safety improvements outside of school buildings in the new financial year?
At this stage, we don't have the budget allocations, as the draft budget is still out to consultation, but we are working through what those things. So I haven't made any decisions in relation to specific allocations.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask that you would make a commitment to include Harville Primary School in Ballymena in the next tranche of establishing zones in the part-time 20 mile per hour zones outside schools?
Happy to take the request forward, and as part of the process of allocating which schools will be included, as I've mentioned earlier, we can consider that school as well.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for her assessment of the potential impact that an expert-led independent infrastructure commission will have on capital infrastructure projects.
I thank the member for his question and apologise for the earlier technical difficulty, and happy to come back to you on that one. At this point, it's not something that I have considered in any great detail. I know his colleague had raised it when I was in with committee a number of weeks ago. So, I'm happy to look at it and see what benefit that might have in terms of capital projects and the prioritisation of that.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, your department has received the largest capital budget of any Northern Ireland department in 25-26 and in the history of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. In order to spend this money strategically and wisely, do you share my colleagues and my view that the Infrastructure Commission would help us achieve that?
Well, without understanding what exactly would be within the terms of reference of the Commission or what that would look like, it's very hard to make a judgment on that. As I said, if there is a proposal being put forward in relation to a Commission, we can consider that and look at the benefits against whether it would be something more onerous than what we're already doing. So, I mean, as I said, I'm open to all suggestions. My priority is moving these issues forward, and happy to take suggestions on that and what that would look like.
Michelle McAleen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I ask the Minister what discussions she has had with her counterpart in the Department of Justice to improve the consistency of decision-making in the Planning Appeals Commission?
Minister.
So, specifically from coming into post, I haven't had any direct discussions with the Department of Justice. However, the Planning Appeals Commission sits outside my department, so I think we are working through the Planning Improvement Programme to improve that whole planning process, and hopefully that will feed into that as well.
Ms McAleen.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. As the Minister will know, following the ABO Wind case, if a PAC decision is not challenged by way of judicial review, it must be accepted or respected by local planning authorities, which places a potentially huge financial and time burden on those authorities. Can I ask the Minister if she will raise this with her counterpart in Justice to accommodate a review mechanism within the PAC which would improve decision making and allow for more consistent and robust decisions?
I'm happy to take on board the member's suggestion and see if that's something we can do. As I said, because the PAC is an independent body and sits outside my department, I don't know whether that's something that I can instruct them to do, but I'll take it forward and speak to officials to see if that's something we can potentially look at.
Orlea Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister to provide an update on the business case and the accommodation works to build a new footway in the Hannistown village in West Belfast, please?
Yeah, I thank the member for a question. I'm looking forward to coming down to meet at Hannistown to see the scheme. So I'm very aware of how important this scheme is to the people that live in Hannistown village, and I can assure you that improving facilities for pedestrians in Hannistown and in many other areas is a priority for my department. As part of the detailed design stage for the new footway, my officials are currently meeting landowners that will be affected by the scheme to explain our land requirements and agree their accommodation works. The first round of face-to-face meetings with landowners is substantially complete, and the second round of follow-up meetings is now well underway. However, officials do face some challenges in coordinating these meetings due to landowner availability, employment, personal commitments. And due to the scheme's high cost, currently estimated around 1.8 million, a business case and separate procurement process are required to appoint a contractor. Once all the elements of the scheme have been designed, including accommodation works affecting residents, it would then be possible to update the cost estimate and business case for the new footway. It's difficult to accurately predict how long it will take to conclude this process, as it relies on the Department reaching agreement with individual landowners on the type and scale of work we will undertake, but I hope it will be substantially complete later this year.
Ms Flynn.
Thanks very much. I thank the Minister for that response. And yes, so I completely understand all of the realities in terms of it's hard to put a timeline on these things, but would appreciate, can the Minister maybe just give that reassurance to the local residents in West Belfast that this project does remain a priority for her as Minister and for her department?
Yeah, absolutely. I know just how important it is to the people in Hannistown who you represent. And I can assure you that improving those facilities is a key priority for me and for my department. And I also appreciate residents' frustration that the footway has not yet been constructed. So we are 100% committed to progressing the design. It's 550 metres long footway, but as soon as practically allows. So happy to continue to liaise with the member, and we will be out on site to see that. So we'll continue to move that as quickly as possible.
Question 7 is withdrawn. Call down Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, a previous incumbent of the Department of Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, despite being one of those rigorous implementers of the protocol when she was a minister in this House, has recently given evidence to Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee where she talked about the difficulties in parcels coming to Northern Ireland, either person to person, consumers or to businesses. Can I ask what meetings you have had with the logistics industry here in order to try to overcome these difficulties?
Minister.
Well, I have been, have a meeting agreed to meet with the head of Logistics UK, who happens to be one of my predecessors, so I'm happy to speak to her on any of those issues that may be arising.
Minister, I don't know whether that means that you intend to raise the issues or that you're not aware of the issues. But certainly there are significant changes coming for businesses and consumers in Northern Ireland, which may limit choice and bring greater disruption. And I'd be grateful for your assessment of what those difficulties might be.
Minister.
Well, I think any of those issues that may arise, the Windsor framework was put in place to streamline and make sure that we have ways of mitigating against those. So I'm happy to work with the sector and any other stakeholders who are seeing these issues, and we can maybe find solutions by working together. I suppose at this stage, in my time in post, it's not something that has come on my desk as of yet, but I am happy to work with all of those involved to see where we can provide solutions.
Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister how much revenue would be generated for investment in water infrastructure through both of the options for developer contributions outlined in the Department's recently publicised consultation?
Well, at this stage, it's the consultation is looking at those options and what people's views are and what they foresee that. So I think we don't have an accurate figure of what that would bring in. I know there has been commentary around that they feel it will be a drop in the ocean. I think from the very outset, both I and my predecessor have said that this is only one part of a broader solution that's needed. So as it's out to consultation at the minute, I think it would be pertinent for me to wait to see what comes back. I have met with representatives from construction industry in the last week in relation to a number of issues, and this is something that was discussed, and I'm keen to hear all of those views to shape how we may move forward, because if it comes back that there's a strong negative view on this proposal, then we're back to the drawing board. But as of yet, there's been very few other suggestions as to what we could do, and I'm keen to move things on as much as possible, even if it is on a smaller level. So I hope that this is something that can help us to move things in the right direction.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, the Department's consultation document acknowledges that in many cases developers may pass on the cost of these contributions to customers and therefore make houses more expensive to buy. Does the Minister accept that there are other funding models available to help Northern Ireland Water that don't carry the risk of making our housing crisis worse or pricing lower income families out of housing ownership?
I have heard this point raised, and I think we had seen in recent figures suggest that before this has even been talked about, there's been a 15% rise in the price of housing in the last year. So I think that there are other factors at play that actually are feeding into the cost of house prices. But the reality is, at present, developers are having to pay to find connections. So if we can find a solution that is more equitable, that is fair and brings in a more consistent amount of funding, I think it's something that we definitely have to consider. And all of those concerns can be looked at as part of the consultation response. I think that other models, as the member has outlined, have been looked at time and time again. The model that we have here in the north is similar to that as in Scotland and similar to that of the south. So my priority is ensuring that we're not putting additional costs onto domestic water users, because that in itself would be very problematic, I think, and it's something I am committed to not do. But I think there's other things that we can do with what's available to us that will improve the situation.
Previously stated that following October monitoring, £7 million was allocated to address wastewater constraints in the Upper Falls area of West Belfast to facilitate 1,200 new homes. I'm aware of many small housing developments in North Belfast which cannot progress because of NI water connections issues. Can the Minister lobby for NI water investment to enable much needed housing in North Belfast and to ensure that that benefits both sides of the community?
Well, I would be loath to say that decisions are taken as to what area of the community that people are building the houses in. I think that everything has to be assessed in its own merits. What I would say is that where there are difficulties, NI Water have the developer constraints team that are there to engage with developers to find solutions. But I think the broader issue is something that we're facing across all of our constituencies. Not specific to North Belfast, it's right across the north, and that's why we're trying to find a solution that will help to deliver on all of those issues that people are facing in house building, but also in building other schemes, whether it's healthcare, education or retail, hospitality, all of those things that are really important to us that are also facing these challenges.
Moving to the Minister of Justice, call Mark Durkan.
Question number 1.
Minister.
The PSNI have published the final number of applications received, with just under 30% of applications from members of the Catholic community. Whilst this is comparable to previous campaigns, I would wish to see figures more reflective of the wider community. It's therefore important that we both listen to and learn from the lived experience of those from minority communities who have and do serve in the PSNI. The reported comments of the Chair of the Catholic Police Guild of Northern Ireland is an indication that legacy issues do continue to influence the decision to apply to the police, amongst a range of other considerations. I would emphasise once again that it is incumbent upon us all as elected representatives to encourage members of our community to consider joining the PSNI and to help to create the societal conditions where that is most likely to occur. I've been encouraged by the number of applications received and wish those who have applied onward success with their applications. It can only be a positive for Northern Ireland if we have a police service that truly represents the diversity of the community it serves.
Well, Mr. Durkan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I'd like to reiterate my party's desire to see a police service that is truly representative of the community. It's here to serve and protect, and threats from so-called Republicans to deter Catholics from joining certainly do not help. Does the Minister believe that the UK Government recognise the damage being caused by their handling of legacy to confidence in the rule of law?
Well, it's difficult for me to give an opinion on that because I can't really speak for the UK Government. I have, of course, shared publicly my concerns about the approach taken, and of course that will impact right across the board, not just in terms of confidence in policing, but also in terms of confidence in the wider justice system, and that is of concern, I think, to all of us in this House. However, what the UK Government does is sadly out with my responsibilities and out with my powers. I would, though, want to stress that it is important that consideration is given to the impact of those issues in terms of our contemporary justice system and in terms of the impact that it might have on public confidence in that.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, do you agree with me that there are other factors that are also affecting the number of Catholics representation, but more importantly, at every level? And do you agree that we need to see better representation at every level, not just in the numbers and the percentages, but actually at what level they hold within PSNI?
Well, I think that there are two schools of thought when it comes to why people are deterred from membership of the PSNI or indeed progression. The first is that there is something fundamentally flawed with the organisation's recruitment practices, and it would suggest, certainly if you look at the bald numbers of how many people apply and how many applicants are successful, that isn't the case. But there is a wider issue, and that is one of attrition over time, where people, either because of threats received, because of intimidation, because of the disconnect between their community and the work that they do, find it difficult to maintain their working arrangements. And that is something that as a society we need to look at and we need to consider. If, however, there is evidence that there is a culture within the organisation that also mitigates either against progression of people's careers through the organisation or against people wanting to remain within the organisation. We should not be blind to that issue. We should address it and look at it carefully, and we should ensure that that is no longer the case.
Jonathan Buckley.
When discussing legacy and its impact on police recruitment, can the Minister give her assessment of the disgraceful conduct of the Police Ombudsman, Mrs Anderson, who continues to hold up a report into the Kingsmills massacre without accept numerous requests from my colleague, the Chair of Justice Committee, Joanne Bunting, an atrocity that resulted in 10 innocent workmen losing their lives on the side of a road, and one sole survivor, Alan Black, left with life-limiting injuries. So can I ask the Minister, does she believe that a two-tiered justice has infected the Ombudsman's office?
Minister.
Well, two things. First of all, I don't accept that there is two-tier justice within the Ombudsman's office. And secondly, it is not a matter for me to comment on how and when the Ombudsman issues her reports. I'm aware that she is currently processing a number of legacy reports. There is a deadline for those to be issued, and it is her intention to comply with the deadline. But beyond that, I would suggest that the member should take up his issue with the Ombudsman.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank the Minister for her response. Does the Minister agree with me that the racist commentary on social media during the recent recruitment campaign was completely unacceptable?
Absolutely. It was very disappointing, I think, to see the response to the small number of adverts that showed racial diversity within the PSNI. And the reaction of that, I think, was incredibly disappointing for those of us who would wish to see a more inclusive, more representative police service. Because let's be clear, an inclusive and representative police service will also be more effective, and that will be able to connect with those members of the public that it serves and seeks to protect. I think that it's also been a disgrace to see the many anti-PSNI posters that have appeared during that campaign, and threats on new officers within the community. I think that those are wider issues that we need to look at as a society. I don't think it's solely with regard to the police that we see these things happening, but I do think it's incredibly disappointing when it does.
Mr Gaston.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister assure us here today there will be no return to discrimination on the basis of 50-50 recruitment?
Minister.
I'm not convinced that we have reached the point where we need to reconsider the introduction of 50-50 recruitment. However, the member will be aware that as a Minister I must remain open to that request should it be presented to me when it comes either from the Policing Board or from the Chief Constable. When previously utilised, it was linked to a severance scheme, and of course that was established as temporary measures to hasten the restructuring of policing at that time. We are in a very different arrangement now. But as I say, it is not something that I supported at that time, and it is not something that I see a need for at this time.
Colin McGrath. Sorry, pull up.
Please.
Minister.
I'm delighted that my department was successful in its bid for transformation funding, which is worth £22.64 million over 5 years. The funding will be used in efforts to speed up and transform the criminal justice system and to modernise electronic monitoring. Justice is demand-led, with funding quite appropriately being allocated to frontline services first. Given the financial pressures my department has faced and continues to face, this has left little opportunity to support projects aimed at transforming the system. Despite these financial constraints, the department has continued to prioritise transformation as part of its business-as-usual operations and has sought to identify areas for further transformation and develop proposals should the opportunity to progress them arise. This funding is therefore extremely welcome and will enable much-needed change to the criminal justice system as a whole, helping to improve the time taken to complete cases and, for example, to better manage offenders on bail. I'm wholly convinced that the funding will provide opportunities to improve effectiveness and efficiency and to meet the increased and changing demands on the system, thereby providing stability for the future.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank you, Minister. Minister, can you please outline how the transformation funding will be used? Thanks.
Minister.
£20.45 million will be used to support work to speed up and transform the criminal justice system, which is a key departmental commitment in the programme for government. The remaining £2.19 million will help to modernise our electronic monitoring systems. The funding for Speeding Up Justice focuses largely on work to establish new ways of working between key justice stakeholders such as police, prosecutors, the defence and courts, with a view to speeding up particularly the early stages of criminal cases, helping to ease pressure on courts and other parts of the system. The funding will also support work to expand the use of existing out-of-court disposals, so that where it is appropriate to do so, more low-level offences are diverted away from the courts entirely, helping to ease pressure on the system. The £2.19 million allocated for electronic monitoring will enable my department to take forward work to transform the way in which it monitors individuals released into the community. This will include considering implications of GPS location monitoring for those on bail or on licence fitted with an electronic tag as part of their release conditions. This enhanced monitoring could be used to strengthen bail conditions, probation orders or prison release conditions. The availability of transformation funding is therefore a huge boost in light of the significant funding pressures my department has worked under for a great number of years, which has affected our ability to deliver the reforms that are much needed.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I was coming in on the electronic monitor, and as you touched on, it was part of the transformation bid, and obviously there's a new contract that the Department have given recently to Buddy to look at monitoring across the board. And the electronic GPS bit, it was said funding was the issue. Can you confirm if there's a timeline now with the new transformation bids? Will this form part of that contract in terms of looking at GPS monitoring? Thanks.
The contract that we have can be expanded to include GPS monitoring, and so it is the intention that we were prepared for this. Whether or not we were successful in the transformation bid, this is something that we were prioritising within the department. The fact that we've been successful with the transformation bid simply means that we don't need now to take that money from other key priorities in order to make this happen. There is still work to be done in terms of how we will manage the data, what data will be held and for how long, and all of those issues will have to be worked through to make sure that we are fully compliant. But I think what it may do helpfully is both create more confidence with the judiciary about people being released on licence or on bail, but also hopefully create more confidence in the public that people are properly supervised when they are on licence or on bail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, looking at funding as a whole, can the Minister outline the effect on sex offender monitoring and visits due to the insufficient resources for her department?
Well, thus far, my understanding is that where the probation service have had to, if you like, live within their budgets, they have focused on, for example, the reporting to courts, so pre-sentencing reports to courts have slowed down somewhat in order to maintain the level of supervision that is required of those sex offenders and others who are within the community. There is also, of course, a responsibility through PAPANI for the monitoring of people who are within the community, and that will be affected by all parts of the justice system. As I've said before, I think sometimes people underestimate what underfunding of the justice system has at stake, and of course public safety is key amongst those.
McGrath.
Number 3.
Been eagerly awaiting this one. This is something which both the current and previous finance ministers have raised with Treasury. I understand that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury has not agreed that there will be access to the reserve for these costs at this time. However, we will continue to jointly make robust representations to Treasury about the merits of our case. Should the Executive need to fund these costs from its existing budget, this will be extremely challenging and will inevitably have an adverse impact on funding for public services. I will continue to engage with ministerial colleagues to agree how best these costs can be managed.
Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I raise the matter because the issue of Treasury Reserve funding will have an impact on PSNI resources, and the issue of resources was mentioned in the Programme for Government consultation by the Chief Constable, who said that in terms of neighbourhood policing, the resource is shrinking. Could the Minister confirm if she intends to make any application under June monitoring to help to develop and provide resources for neighbourhood policing?
Minister.
Well, at the moment, I'm not in a position to discuss what I'm intending to make bids for under June monitoring, but obviously it would be contingent on the PSNI bringing to me a strong case for any bids that they feel need to be taken forward. My focus, however, is twofold. The first is to deal with the current business case which has been provided to the Department of Finance in order to increase police numbers. I think that that is one key priority that is shared between myself and the Chief Constable. And the other is to look at those outstanding items. In total, there is about 227 million of identified pressures that have not yet crystallised, but should they do so, they could not be absorbed either by the police, by the Department of Justice, or indeed by the Executive, and it's for those that we're trying to seek recourse to Treasury.
Mr McGrath.
I'm not going to.
He's loving this.
Colin Cooper.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the Minister outline how many police officers have had to move home due to the data breach?
Minister.
That's information that I wouldn't hold. The PSNI may, however, hold it, and I would certainly be happy if the member were to contact the Chief Constable directly to ask that question.
The member's original question sought the up-to-date position with regard to the data breach. However, as the Minister has referenced, there's also the McLeod judgment and the holiday pay situation. Could the Minister perhaps give us the most up-to-date position with regard to each of those elements, and any information that there may be with regard to timelines for progressing those? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, at the moment, we are not aware when these may crystallise, so we are still in a situation where there are exceptional pressures of around 227 million. The data breach is just one of those, and the member has rightly identified holiday pay and McLeod. They will also impact other departments, so that 227 million is only for the Department of Justice, but those latter will also have impacts elsewhere, though I have to say they're probably more significant in the Department of Justice relative to budget. From our perspective, what we have been doing is obviously seeking the opportunity to look to the reserve. We have not yet submitted a formal claim to the reserve as the costs have not yet crystallised. However, it has been raised with Treasury, including in a bilateral on the 27th of February. At that point, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury's position is that they don't meet the criteria for a reserve claim as set out in the funding policy, which is that a devolved administration faces exceptional and unforeseen domestic costs which cannot be reasonably absorbed within existing budgets or managed using the additional tools and powers available to them without a major dislocation of existing services. The only part of that I think anyone could argue is that they're unforeseen, and of course they are foreseen. What we cannot foresee, however, is when they will crystallise, so I would argue very strongly that we do indeed meet the funding policy for a reserve claim.
All right, Harvey.
Speaker, that'll be question 4, please.
Minister.
In the last 3 years, an average of 1.7% of all community orders made in the Youth Court were community service orders. The figures for the individual years were 1.7% in 2021, 0.8% in 2022 and 2.7% in 2023. These figures relate to cases where the main disposal was a community order. The figures are for initial disposals at court and do not include appeals. Persons given a community service order must undertake at least 40 hours of unpaid work in the community within a 12-month period. The orders are supervised by Probation Board. The young person must be 16 years of age or over and must consent to the order. The unpaid work must not interfere with their education, work or religious beliefs.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure you'd agree with me that community service is a useful tool within the youth justice system. Would the Minister consider what more can be done to partner youth justice with appropriate charities to expose these young people to the amazing work they do? Thank you.
Well, I think community service is indeed a good solution in terms of justice, and not just the youth justice system, but actually in terms of the adult justice system. We talk a lot about restorative justice, but one of the elements of restorative justice is paying back to the community from which you have come and to which you have caused harm. And so I think there is an opportunity through cooperation with voluntary and community sector organisations to be able to find placements both for young people and for adults that allow them to make a genuine contribution to their community, and often the result of that is that people go on beyond the terms of their community service to continue to volunteer or in some way to contribute to that organisation, and I think that's a really positive outcome of those orders.
Michelle McElveen.
My department has been working with partners and stakeholders to develop arrangements to test pre-recorded cross-examination in response to the Gillen Review report recommendation. Significant progress has been made through a cross-organisational PRCE working group. For example, a draft process map has been developed, a broad approach to pre-agreed questions has been agreed, including by defence representatives, and much of the detail worked through on how sessions will be managed and recorded, although the technical aspects of recording and editing are yet to be finalised. Progress has also been made in the area of disclosure, which is a key consideration within PRCE. PRCE also has linkages and interdependencies with other child-focused work streams, and planning is ongoing to deliver a PRCE pilot, which will complement and support these initiatives. An impact evaluation of similar work in England and Wales has recently been published. My officials are considering the findings of this report to gather any insights for Northern Ireland. Launch of a Pathfinder project will, however, be subject to the agreement of partner organisations and securing relevant funding.
Ms McAveen.
Thank the Minister for her answer. This was just one of 253 recommendations of the Gillen Review, which was published in 2019. Which led to the implementation plan of 2020. Can I ask the Minister how many of the Gillen Review recommendations remain outstanding and when we're likely to see full implementation of the accepted recommendations?
Minister.
I don't have the final figure in terms of the number of recommendations which have either been progressed or are substantively complete. However, I can assure the member that it is well over 70%, heading towards 80% at this point in time, and there will be further developments as part of the Victims and Witnesses Bill that we hope to bring forward in this mandate to allow us to bring forward some of the outstanding elements of the recommendations. There are others that are complex and, whilst they are in train, have not yet been fully delivered and so wouldn't contribute to that, PRCE being one of them, and another being how we deliver the Barnahus model in terms of child sexual offences.
Megan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Could I ask when the pre-recorded cross-examination will be implemented?
Costs for the project have not yet been finalised, but it's very likely that additional funding will be required to introduce automated case tracking, appropriate recording and editing equipment, and the arrangements that are needed and staffing resources to launch the Pathfinder project to which I had earlier referred. There is already a significant financial pressure on the department's budget. However, officials are reviewing budget plans to consider whether a pilot can be supported in the 25-26 financial year. It will be subject, however, to an analysis of a range of priority projects for delivery. My officials are working closely with the Office of the Lady Chief Justice and other stakeholders involved in the judge-led Under 13 protocol to expedite children's cases, as the two processes share overarching objectives of reducing delay and unnecessary anxiety for vulnerable child complainants. It's important to ensure both processes dovetail together and are complementary to each other.
Hunter.
For her answers so far. Minister, on the issue of NI sexual offences and the importance of early intervention to prevent them, the Minister will be aware of the recent show Adolescence, which touched on the complex issue of young men being radicalised online with harmful misogynistic attitudes. Does she agree with me that this important show should be shown in schools, and will she commit to discussing this matter further with the Education Minister to end violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland?
Well, I've only just started watching Adolescence, so I wouldn't want to comment on whether or not it's age appropriate for people in school, I have to say, because I understand from the content that it's particularly triggering and quite traumatic. However, I do think that there is a wider point, that the member is quite right, that we need a range of resources and tools that are relatable for young people today to be able to understand the consequences of online radicalisation. This is no different to any other kind of extreme ideology in terms of how people are reached, in terms of how their minds are polluted, and misogyny is just one of a number of ideologies where people use the internet in order to influence attitudes. Many of our young men are vulnerable. We always focus on ending violence against women and girls, but many young men online are incredibly vulnerable to this kind of radicalisation, and it serves them no purpose and it does them no favours unless we find ways of connecting with them that are meaningful and impactful in terms of trying to desist from them being dragged down into those rabbit holes online.
Mr McCrossan's question was withdrawn after the deadline. I call Brian Kingston.
Question number 7.
Engagement with the legal professions and other stakeholders has been ongoing since the launch of the programme. The substantial 16% uplift in fees I am implementing is based on recommendations of the Independent Fundamental Review of Criminal Legal Aid, which was informed by 10 months of engagement and evidence submitted by the Criminal Bar and others. Both my officials and I have also met with professional bodies on a regular basis since the review report was submitted, and since I announced my decisions in December, I have taken a number of further steps to address their concerns. That includes delaying publication and subsequently reprioritising my delivery plan and enhancing fees for the whole profession at the earliest opportunity in May. Following constructive engagement with the Law Society and Solicitors Criminal Bar Association, I have also taken the unprecedented step of backdating the uplift to December 2024. In light of concerns expressed by the CBA, I have also undertaken to implement a scheme of interim payments which should assist with cash flow for the profession. In short, I feel I have gone as far as I possibly can at this moment in time with my duty to ensure public funding decisions are supported by robust evidence. However, and importantly, in establishing the working group under an independent chair, Judge Burgess, I have created an opportunity for additional evidence to be submitted to inform further decisions on fees. The work of the group and its subgroups is already well underway, and I welcome the decision of the CBA to participate and to continue to engage with us.
Mr. Kingston.
Thank the Minister for her answer, and I appreciate it is just 2 or 3 weeks since we last discussed this matter in the Chamber, but I do wish to ask what further the Minister can do to achieve a resolution in this matter, given that the clients who are suffering from the current boycott are among the most vulnerable in society.
Well, I very much recognise the vulnerability, and so it's one of the reasons why I was very keen in the interim to try to find a way that we could find some kind of derogation for those cases which are the most serious and the most severe and where the harm was likely to be greatest. And there has been some progress, I'm glad to say, in that regard. And so I think that is an improved position over where we were even when I spoke only a few weeks ago on this matter. However, my long-term intention is that we put the profession and we put the legal aid system on a footing that is sustainable for the long term, that meets the needs of the public at their point of greatest need, and that is at the same time an efficient, effective and transparent use of resources in line with the recommendations of the PAC. And so those are all things that I have to balance as I move forward, provided I can get the evidential basis, and I hope that the working group will be able to provide that. I am open to having that conversation.
Ferguson.
And thank you to the Minister for your answers thus far. Minister, just obviously following your recent statement to the Assembly, has there been any meetings with the Department and the Bar to resolve the issue? Thank you.
There have been meetings between my officials and the Bar. I have not personally met with the Bar because I believe that now the discussion should happen through the working group. I think it's important that the evidence base goes through that working group and that the working group then produce the report. As you're aware, those issues which I described as potentially low-hanging fruit may be able to be delivered by the end of this month. So we're talking here in the next week or so. And if we can identify those, we can include those in the secondary legislation, which I hope to bring to the Chamber in May. The remaining items we would hope to have resolved by June, and then that will allow us in a subsequent piece of secondary legislation to deal with any outstanding issues. The important thing for me, of course, is that the working group is actually successful in reaching a conclusion and bringing to me recommendations which are adequately evidence-based in order that I can then go forward and look at how I can implement them.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just ask what action has been taken to support victims and witnesses during the withdrawal of services?
Most affected by the action are the victims and witnesses who will have been readying themselves to give evidence and who will hopefully be hoping that their journey is near an end and who will now need to wait longer for justice. I've had the opportunity over the last few months to meet directly with the Victims' Care Unit in PPS and to speak directly both with prosecutors themselves and with affected victims. Those discussions only serve to increase my alarm about the acute impact that withdrawal of service is having. Every effort is being made to ensure that victims and witnesses are kept appraised of developments and to ensure that they can avail of support. But that is only of so much help when people are vulnerable. We're facing a real risk of witness attrition, of victims and witnesses suffering significant harm, and of justice coming a little too late for some. And I want to pay tribute to those in the Victim and Witnesses Care Unit and also in victim support for the added work that they have put in over recent months to support those most vulnerable victims.
Justin McNulty.
Can the Minister outline, or should the Minister explain why she told the Justice Committee that the Family Bar Association was happy with a 16% fee increase before the Family Bar Association had submitted their views on the issue via a consultation which is ongoing at present, and without her ever having met the Family Bar to discuss the issue?
Well, I think what I said was that the remainder of the bar had not taken action in response to the 16% and that we had applied it across all sections of the bar. Remember, the 16% was originally recommended only for the criminal bar. It was a decision that I made to do the uplift right across the entire bar and ensure that all parts of the bar were treated equitably. I doubt there is anyone in the bar who would not welcome a 16% uplift, but there will of course be other opportunities through the reform process for us to look at other significant and distinct parts of the bar if they're able to make their case based on evidence, as was the case for the criminal bar. It's also the case to say that we had already looked at things we could do in terms of immigration solicitors, and we have moved ahead with that and are now working with those immigration solicitors in order to resolve their issues, because there is a particular complexity in those cases that the 16% doesn't fully reflect. So I think what I've shown myself to be is fair and equitable in terms of how I have applied the 16%, but also open to listen to a case where it's evidence-based.
Mr. Tennyson.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
I believe the Sexual Offences Legal Advisor Scheme has had and continues to have an overwhelmingly positive impact for victims in serious sexual offence cases. The SOLA service, funded by my department and delivered by solicitors employed by Victim Support NI, has provided free independent legal advice to 2,000 victims since its launch in April 2021. Victims have told me directly how valuable access to such advice has been. A high-level evaluation conducted after the first year of the pilot found stakeholders largely agreed the pilot was meeting its objectives of improving the experience of complainants going through the criminal justice system and leading to enhanced confidence in the process. It found the main benefits to SOLA service users were enhanced communication and understanding of the legal process, keeping victims up to date and involved with the process, lowering early attrition rates and disengagement, increased confidence and a voice within the process, and an avenue of support and reassurance. In 2022, my department established a SOLA monitoring and evaluation group which meets quarterly to analyse data on scheme uptake, user data and user feedback. This ongoing evaluation continues to support the earlier findings. Many victims who have used the service say that without a SOLA, they would not have continued with their case. Others have said that having the support of a SOLA gave them a voice within the justice system. These positive evaluation reports and hearing from victims about how important it is to have access to legal advice helped inform my decision in November 2024 to extend the pilot for a further 2 years until March 2027 and to launch a new children's service in February 2025.
Moving on to the topical questions, Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the Minister confirm if research carried out in fulfilment of Section 29 of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act formed part of her department's evidence base for the Enabling Access to Justice Reform Programme, and have the reports been laid before the Assembly as set out in Section 29?
I cannot answer that question today as I don't have the details to my fingertips, but I'm happy to write to the member with the details he's requested.
Mr. McNulty.
Minister, your department has been unable or unwilling to confirm a timeline for publication of those reports. Can you do so now, and can you advise whether it is proper for these reports to be used as evidence by her department without being made available to this Assembly?
It is entirely appropriate that we should be able to use whatever evidence we have from any reports that we have developed, and that is a given. However, when it comes to publication, as I said to the member, I don't have a publication date, and therefore I'll have to revert to him in writing.
Robbie Butler.
The Minister will be aware of a break-in at Dundonald House with video being widely circulated on social media. I know that serving and retired prison officers are increasingly worried about potential breaches of GDPR with personal information possibly having been accessed. What guarantee can you give that there has been no breach, or what actions have you taken to this point?
There have been a number of incidents that the member refers to, including unauthorised access to Dundonald House beginning on Sunday the 16th of March. The apparent intent in the cases has been to create social media content about the building and its environs. However, the individuals concerned have also engaged in some destructive and antisocial behaviour. Whilst Dundonald House has been largely vacated since June 2023 as a result of health and safety concerns, it remains a government asset within the Stormont estate and with Category B listing due to its unique architectural features. It is not open to or safe for the public to access, and any unauthorised access will be reported to the PSNI. While Prison Service relocated its headquarters to a new location, some areas of Dundonald House remain in limited use. For obvious reasons, I do not want to explain in public that use in any detail. However, I can be absolutely clear that no sensitive or personal information has been compromised in these forays into the building. The Northern Ireland Prison Service is now liaising with PSNI, with the Department of Finance, who manage the Stormont estate, and with DAERA, who have premises officer responsibility for the building. We should have a reasonable expectation that all government buildings, particularly those on the estate, are protected and secure from this kind of activity. And I'm sure that members will support me in condemning the actions of a few people who do not respect the boundaries of acceptable behaviour and the law.
Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister alluded to the period from which the building became defunct. Could the Minister outline at what point security was indeed put on the building? Because it is my understanding that certainly since December until March of this year there was no security, and that previous access may well have happened. And can the Minister then stand over those periods of accessibility for that sensitive material that may have been there, that would, for even people like myself who served many years ago, would require the confidence? Thank you.
I can give the member my assurance that no sensitive information has been able to be accessed at any time, and I can give that assurance not because I am assured about access to the building, but because I am assured about access to the information, how it's held within the building, and how that has been secured. We're obviously doing a review of that now, given the incursions that there have been over the last week, but there is no risk to the information that has been held in Dundonald House. In terms of the security of the building, as I said, DAERA were the premises officer, had the premises officer responsibility for the building, and I think the assumption had been that they had passed that to the Department of Finance to resolve when they exited the building. Our presumption was, however, that it would remain under 24-hour security, as had been the case when DAERA were present and when the Department of Justice is present. And so we're now working through that to ensure that that is the case until we find an alternative location to store the materials that we have there.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, could you provide an update on sustainability initiatives across the prison estate?
Prison Service, I think, have demonstrated a real commitment to delivering on a wide range of sustainability and climate initiatives. They have progressed a wide range of energy efficiency measures over a number of years, which has seen them reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by an impressive 44% from a 2016 baseline. This has been achieved by installation of energy monitoring and targeting software used in conjunction with upgraded building energy management systems, LED lighting upgrades, installation of a solar farm and small-scale PV project, upgrading of heating systems, and the recent conversion of a number of diesel vehicles to sustainable hydro-treated vegetable oil fuel. Furthermore, they are also addressing several environmental initiatives across the prison estate, working with the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, RSPB, the Woodland Trust and conservation specialists to protect endangered species and flora and fauna. This has included the creation of a tree nursery at Magilligan to supply native tree species, which in terms of biosecurity is nationally important.
Mr McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for that response, and I think it's encouraging to hear how our prisons can play a key role in tackling climate change and supporting our environment. Could you expand a little bit more there about the tree nursery at Magilligan?
I can. I actually visited Magilligan just on Friday, and at the prison we have created a native tree nursery. It's nationally important in terms of biosecurity, as it's only the second such location on the island of Ireland to grow native trees. They've planted and nurture 40,000 native tree saplings, everything from Scots pine, oak, chestnut and birch, which are all in short supply. The Justice for Woodlands project is a joint venture between Magilligan Prison, the local Benevna Landscape Partnership, the Woodland Trust and Causeway Coast and Glens Trust. Last year, 7,000 of these trees were transferred from the prison and planted in the local area, which included a scheme to prevent erosion on the banks of a local river. Northern Ireland is one of the least wooded countries in Europe. Previously, a lot of the tree stock had to be imported. Having a native tree nursery produced from local seeds for local projects is a really important step forward.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, at times of community tension in East Belfast, particularly at interfaces, or where there's an incident, youth workers find themselves stepping in to fill the gaps where consistent police presence can be lacking, particularly if they've been pulled to other parts of the city or other priorities. How can your department work to ensure that those community organisations, when they are undertaking that work, are appropriately supported?
Minister.
Well, I'm happy to meet with the member to discuss any specific issues within the East Belfast area, but I am conscious that across the city there have been a number of disturbances at interfaces. Not all have been the normal interface disputes. Some have been due to roving gangs of young people who collect and assemble around the interfaces and engage often initially in social activity at the interface, and then it moves on to something slightly more sinister. I think it's important first of all to look at the money that we give to the PCSPs in terms of the work that they do to support interface work, as well as the work that goes through the Department of Education in the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, which again does work with young people at risk of offending. So there are lots of opportunities where we can get involved if we know where those particular problems are, because ultimately it is much better that we prevent rather than that we convict people for those offences. We don't want our young people to have criminal convictions and criminal records. We want them to grow up healthy and safe and free of intimidation or threat.
Mr. Brooks.
Sure. And some of that approach to policing is undertaken by some of our very good neighbourhood policing teams. And some of the frustrations that I have fed back to me from the community, as I'm sure you have, is that officer rotations happen at times all too frequently, and at times whenever trust and relationships have only been built, the trust and relationship that makes those relationships possible. Is there anything you can do to encourage a consideration of how that works, and whether there's greater stability can be brought to neighbourhood policing teams?
Well, I think this is an issue that you'll know Ginny raised in the recent inspection report around policing, about abstraction of neighbourhood officers from their routine duties in communities in order to take on other roles at key points in time. And given the numbers of officers that we have at the moment, that is an almost inevitable consequence of the low numbers. So the first thing that I can do is to try to get the business case through the Department of Finance approved, so that we can, over the next 5 years, start to build our numbers back up again, and I think that will make a huge difference. I think the other thing to say is that where communities do have that engagement, they very much welcome it, and they find that the level of engagement, the quality of the engagement and the helpfulness of the officers is something that they welcome. Their only complaint is that people see this churn where you don't have the same officers to be able to build a relationship, and I think some of that is also about recognising that whilst of course policing is an excellent career and there are lots of opportunities, we shouldn't diminish the importance of neighbourhood policing. It in and of itself is a really important service to the community and can be transformational in terms of people's experience of their own lived environment.
Okay, Carl.
Whether you believe there's a sectarian bias in the justice system, given that those from a Catholic background represent just over 51% of the prison population, where those from a Protestant or other Christian background represent around 32%.
Minister.
Well, I think that when you look at figures like that, it's very easy to make presumptions about why those numbers are as they are. We know, for example, and the member is very much vocal on this, that offending behaviours are often linked to deprivation. But we also know that in many parts of the community that are nominally Catholic tend to have higher levels of deprivation than other areas. And so we have to be careful before making the case for institutional bias. So we have to look at the underlying causes of offending behaviour, and we need to unpack all of that. What I can say is that it is absolutely my view that at all points justice has to be blind to issues around people's religion, their politics and so on. They need to treat each individual with dignity and respect, and ultimately with fairness and equality.
Mr. Carl.
Justice should be blind, but it isn't always. Just the add, Minister, it's also concerning that those from a Catholic/nationalist background are twice as likely to be stopped and searched as those from a Protestant unionist background. Can the Minister explain why that is, in addition to her previous question, and given that she has remit for the strategic policy of the PSNI and also setting out its long-term objectives, would she commit to raising these issues with them?
Of stop and search is entirely an operational matter for the Chief Constable, and one for which he is answerable to the Policing Board. It is not part of the strategic framework for policing in Northern Ireland, nor is it part of the long-term objectives. I think we all recognise that, of course, there are dangers with stop and search, and I have actually attended quite a number of events, particularly with young people who are more likely to be affected by stop and search than other members of the community, who will feel that there is profiling that happens, that they are targeted because of their age, that they are targeted because of their background. Those perceptions, whether true or not, do impact on people's relationship with the police, and so it's important that the powers the police have are used proportionately and appropriately, and that at all times they're accountable and transparent in what they do, and that is the best way for us as elected representatives to have confidence and to build confidence in the PSNI and the work that it does.
David Holyford.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers so far. Can I ask what changes, if any, in the justice system will support and build confidence for women and girls?
I want to thank the member for his question. I was very fortunate last week, as a number of other members in the chamber were, to be present at Walkway Community Centre for an event that they were doing around violence against women and girls. And I was asked quite a similar question, and I suppose I gave 3 S's. I think the first thing is sentencing. So we need to make sure that our sentences, whilst we have the highest sentences for these kind of offences, when you look at the maxima, we need to ensure that those are reflected in what is actually handed out in the courts. That requires PPS and the judiciary and others to work together and ensure that things are prosecuted in the right forum. We need to ensure that there is support for people who decide to go through the criminal justice system, and for those who wish to leave, for example, an abusive domestic relationship. I think the other issue around support, we have sexual offences legal advisors I referred earlier, and there is also an issue around the advocacy support service, which we have, again, to try and support people. We also, again, have the remote evidence centres, all of which I would hope would help to build confidence. And then I guess the other element for me is about survivorship, how we ensure that people who have been victims either of sexually motivated crime, domestic abuse or violence, or indeed any other kind of violence against women and girls can move from being a victim, where they still feel under the control of the perpetrator, to being a survivor, where they feel that they've regained control and agency in their lives. I think one of the key things that we're looking at in that regard is around how we can deal with issues around disclosure in cases and allowing people to exercise privacy, and also how we can deal with, for example, the right of a victim to read out their victim impact statement in court, so that they're not denied a voice, which so often happens. I think if we do those things, amongst others, we will be able to transform how people experience the justice system. But most of all, we need to speed up justice, because until justice is effective and efficient in its delivery, people will not have confidence in the system.
Thank you. That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister of Justice. Point of order, Ms. Ruskin.
Infrastructure Minister failed to answer a question in this chamber. Ministers are pre-briefed before they come into the chamber, I understand, for ministerial questions. The question itself was not withdrawn, and I myself wanted to ask a supplementary on it. All of us prepare in advance. We seek answers on behalf of our constituents. Can the Speaker make a ruling on this? Could he investigate and report back to this Assembly chamber how and why this happened?
Thank the member for raising the point of order. Yes, Mr. Duggan. This has never happened before, in my experience, ever. So it shows the dangers of maybe just using electronic on its own. Electronic is great when it works. Sometimes when it doesn't, it's a disaster. So yes, I'm quite happy to look at this issue and come back to the chamber on it. Mr. Duggan.
Point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far be it from me to question the integrity or timekeeping of the Speaker, but it was just to point out that both question times today overran the allotted time, and I was just going to suggest that the Speaker might have his clock cleaned.
Well, if the member begrudges the other members getting maybe half a minute extra to ask questions, that's up to him. But the Minister, as you know, or the Speaker, as you know, is very generous to members and wishes to ensure that there's the greatest opportunity to hold ministers to account. And I'm sure that the member himself would wish that ministers are held to account, being a member of the opposition, and wouldn't complain about such matters. Moving on to the next item. I'm sorry, Mr. Galston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like you to review the record in Hansard of the Deputy First Minister's comments to myself during the debate on the programme for government on the 3rd of March, when she claimed that in the programme for government there is reference to fulfilling the new decade, new approach commitment that was set down to increase police numbers to 7,500 officers. On Friday, however, the Justice Minister responded to a question about this, saying that the target is approximately 7,000 officers and 2,500 staff via a 5-year recovery plan, which extends beyond the end of the mandate. Based on the misleading comments by the Deputy First Minister in this House, I trust you will be requiring Ms Pengelly to return and correct the record.
Well, I've indicated to other members previously, we don't have a fact-checking rule here within the Speaker's office. So people may say things which are not entirely accurate. I'm not saying that in this instance it is or isn't, but we don't have a fact-checking rule. But the member has put his case on the record. So we move on to the next item of business, and if members would take their ease while we change the chair.
Okay, members, we're returning to the motion. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would like to remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. After you, Mr. Harvey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the business is a motion from the opposition on funding for childcare. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the significant financial strain that high childcare costs continue to place on families across Northern Ireland, acknowledges that the delivery of affordable childcare is a priority in the programme for government, expresses concern on the speed of the rollout of the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, NICSS, with only 20% of allocated funding being spent to date, expresses regret that in many instances rising costs have outweighed the potential savings for parents provided by the NICSS, notes the disparity between ring-fenced funding for childcare and the 400 million needed to deliver an early learning and childcare strategy, and calls on the Minister of Finance to commit to fully fund a multi-year early learning and childcare strategy which provides affordable, quality childcare for parents alongside long-term sustainability for providers.
Okay. And I call from a member of the opposition to move the motion. Okay, not moved. The motion has not been moved, so we'll move on to the next item of business. There was a minister here who's just disappeared. She'll be back shortly. I suggest we take a ease for a few minutes to allow time for members to prepare. Take your ease. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on green energy transition. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes several commitments in the programme for government to upscale renewable energy production, expresses concern that renewable energy generation has fallen annually since 2022, recognises that insufficient renewable energy infrastructure and ineffective planning policy are significant barriers to renewable energy expansion, affirms that unless addressed, Northern Ireland will fail to meet statutory climate targets, calls on the Minister for the Economy to introduce a new renewable energy support scheme to upscale onshore and offshore renewable energy production, and further calls on the Minister to work with the Minister for Infrastructure on a reform of planning policy to facilitate the development of renewable energy technology.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee is allowed to agree to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 16 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Sinead, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm deeply concerned about Northern Ireland's renewable energy future. While the programme for government commits to upscaling renewable production, the reality is we are failing to act with the urgency required. At our current rate, net zero won't be reached until 2118. Scotland is installing renewable electricity capacity at 33 times our rate, and our share of renewable electricity has actually declined since 2022. This is why we cannot support the DUP amendment put forward. Progress has, of course, been made, but it is the pace which this change has happened that we believe has contributed to the rise in costs. Our inability to match the pace of our neighbours is putting us at a disadvantage and is forcing our people to bear the burden of government inaction. Our pace of change is not just disappointing, it is a failure of leadership, planning and investment. It puts our climate targets at risk, keeps us dependent on expensive fossil fuels and costs us jobs and investment. The biggest barrier to progress, outdated planning policy and weak infrastructure, must be tackled urgently. That is why this motion is calling for a renewable energy support scheme, and planning reform should be supported by this Assembly. In 2022, 51% of our electricity demand was met by renewables. Last year, this fell to 45%. Instead of scaling up, we are actually moving backwards. Developers face long planning delays, an outdated grid and uncertainty around investment and support. As a result, investors are looking elsewhere and key projects are actually stalling. Companies like North Channel Wind, Evolving Energies and Renewable NI want to drive us forward towards net zero, but their calls are being ignored. If we do not act now, we will miss our 80% renewables target by 2030, something we are legally bound to achieve. Unlike Great Britain or the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland still lacks a dedicated renewable energy support scheme. This has left us at a competitive disadvantage. We need a structured, long-term support mechanism that encourages onshore and offshore wind, solar and battery storage, creating a stable, low-cost energy system. The transition to renewables is not just about climate targets, it's about economic opportunity. The North West, with its rich wind and tidal resources, should be leading the way. Offshore wind in the North Channel, tidal energy along the Donegal coastline and solar expansion in rural areas will create a thriving renewable hub. Investing in infrastructure at Lissahalli Port, for example, expanding supply chain capabilities and supporting Magee and North West Regional College in training the workforce of the future would establish Derry as a key player in the green economy. This is a chance to reverse years of economic neglect. Meanwhile, planning remains one of the biggest obstacles to progress. Wind and solar projects are stuck in the system for years, while offshore development is held back by outdated policies and bureaucracy. The Department for Economy and the Department of Infrastructure must work together to streamline approvals and ensure clear timelines for projects. Sony has repeatedly warned that the current developer-led grid approach is inefficient and costly. We need a plan-led system that expands grid capacity proactively rather than reactively. A key part of this is the urgent need for the second north-south interconnector, which remains stalled and may not be completed until 2031. This delay is unacceptable and risks having a devastating effect on our energy security. Of course, planning reform must be responsible and consider local communities, but we cannot let endless red tape hold back progress. The people of Northern Ireland are behind us. Only 5% of those polled in Derry oppose the 80% renewables target, while 72% believe their council is not doing enough to promote renewables. One party in this Assembly controls infrastructure, finance and the economy portfolios. They have the power to make real change. Yet we have seen no delivery on an energy support scheme since NIRO collapsed in 2017. No significant grid upgrades, leading to excessive wind energy curtailment and a planning system slower than it was a decade ago.
Could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
The SDLP is committed to a greener and more prosperous future. The longer we wait, the more opportunities we lose.
I call on Gary Middleton to move Amendment 1. Thank you, Gary. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on Amendment number 1. Gary.
Okay, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members for bringing forward this motion. I am, however, disappointed that they won't be supporting our amendment. There's a common thread that runs through it, which is about making sure that there is a just transition, affordable transition for local communities. There are 4 broad areas that I wish to highlight in addressing this motion and indeed our amendment. The first of that is in relation to upscaling renewable energy production. A greener and more sustainable economy is something which we can all embrace. A greener and more sustainable economy can create jobs, increase prosperity and lead to stronger and healthier communities, all the while protecting our natural environment. We are in favour of building on the work that DUP Ministers Dodds and Lyons did in their 10X vision. 60% of our manufacturing companies are selling into the green economy and generating £1.5 billion of turnover. It is undeniable that reducing emissions will have very significant economic opportunities for Northern Ireland. But of course, as we seek to upscale renewable energy production, we must protect customers from cost shocks. This is reflected in the programme for government. This is crucial for several interconnected reasons, not least ensuring energy affordability and equity, maintaining public support for the energy transition and indeed facilitating a just transition. The second area is in relation to ineffective renewable energy infrastructure and planning policy, which act as barriers. In our amendment, we note that renewable energy generation has increased significantly since 2013. Significant progress has been made over this past decade, and this should be celebrated. Our maritime and offshore wind supply chain is evolving, and we have ports in ideal locations as bases for offshore energy projects. Northern Ireland is home to the only dedicated purpose-built port facility for offshore renewables on this island. In 2024, 81.7% of all renewable electricity generated within Northern Ireland was generated from wind. In the last year, 43.5% of the electricity consumption in Northern Ireland was generated from wind or from renewable sources. Increasing that figure to 80% within the next 5 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, would require significant investment in our current infrastructure. As we seek to do this, we must ensure that we also respect our local environment, our landscape and of course areas of natural beauty and heritage such as the Giant's Causeway. In our amendment, we also highlight the absence of proposals to support the cost of a just transition. As we transition to a greener economy, we must ensure that ratepayers do not suffer and that those who can least afford it are not expected to pay more. As we go forward, we must do so in a way that is fair to all. Affordability should be a chief concern, given the cost of infrastructure maintenance and upgrades will be shared in Northern Ireland by a population of 1.9 million, who the Consumer Council have shown have an average household discretionary income 41% below the UK average. The third area is in relation to the introduction of a new renewable energy support scheme. We support the calls for the Minister for the Economy to introduce a new renewable energy support scheme to upscale onshore and offshore renewable energy production. However, we also believe that financial assistance should be provided to increase energy efficiency and small-scale energy generation among businesses and households. The Electrical Contractors Association have suggested that the establishment of a simplified grant system which streamlines the funding application processes would make it easier for individuals and businesses to access support for energy-saving technologies, and we believe that this should be explored. And a report compiled by the KPMG warned that stakeholders unanimously agreed that the current lack of government-sponsored support scheme for renewables has halted the growth trajectory of renewables deployment. Again, this is something that the Minister should address going forward. And the final area
Mr Deputy Speaker, is in relation to cooperation with the Minister for Infrastructure to reform planning. There is no doubt that there are delays in the planning service and delays in processing planning applications contributes further to the delay in decarbonisation. Many of the applications that are coming forward for this decision would improve our environment and emissions, but as we continue to delay making those decisions, our just transition continues to be delayed. Mr Deputy Speaker, we believe that our amendment adds to the original motion, strengthens it and encourages the Minister and all of the executive departments to place an onus in ensuring that customers and consumers and businesses in Northern Ireland are not adversely impacted as we move towards a greener economy. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on David Hunterford to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, David. The Assembly should note that the amendments... sorry, I'm switching this. Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. David, you have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Okay, David, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've spoken on Alliance position in the Chamber on renewables many times, and as this is only an SDLP mini motion that limits the time, I'm just going to pick up on a couple of issues. Alliance tabled this amendment to enhance the motion. Simply and very simply, the 80/30 target cannot be achieved without the North-South interconnector, and unfortunately, EirGrid have recently published that date and pushed back on completion to 2031. Also reflective of that is Sony estimates the cost to the consumer in Northern Ireland not having the North-South interconnector in place and in use at £55,000 per day. To the person in the street, that costs them approximately £100 per person annually. Acceleration of the North-South interconnector is fundamental if we are to meet our targets. This motion is only words on a page if it's not included within the motion. And because of that, and because of the mutually exclusive, we'll be opposing the DP amendment as it wasn't included within it. Secondly, the Department is bringing forward a new renewable scheme. That, in its current form, or what we've been briefed in its current form, will fail to deliver on our potential and will not accelerate our capacity to meet 80/30 either. Sinn Féin talk a lot about unity. The DUP motion, and we have one tomorrow, focuses on the United Kingdom, and we've consistently said that Alliance will focus on the best outcomes for people. We'll look at actions, not on words. We already have an all-island energy system, and I have to question how a Sinn Féin Minister's Department is bringing forth legislation that will come forward with a renewable scheme in Northern Ireland that is not applied equally on an all-island basis. Creating different entry-level conditions and investment will create a border in investment between Northern Ireland and the South, and that will effectively create a barrier and restriction to investment in Northern Ireland and push further investment south. I have raised this so many times and will continue to highlight this. Any new scheme that comes forward must be equal in entry point to that of the South. If we aren't to see, and we are continuing to see, investment just move there, we need investment here, and the entry has to be the same. Experience in the South has shown that that difference will limit investment here by up to 50%. It is massively disappointing that the Department of Economy have recently worked on a scheme that limits our potential and then uses the excuse of further delays to the reason not to amend it. If this is the case, as a bare minimum, there must be a commitment from the Minister for the second round of auction in 2027 with the lower rate that is equal to the South. Given the ridiculous time that planning has, and that this motion highlights that would certainly and at least give hope and long-term certainty to business and investors. I've been contacted directly by several companies, one in my own area, who are simply about to draw a line through Northern Ireland and put their investment into the South and into Scotland. Going on to the original motion and the SLP's motion, ineffective planning policy been a significant barrier to renewable expansion. I completely and utterly agree. I agree with every word that is said. The problem, and Sinead's gone on to talk about leadership missing and calls being ignored, but the SDLP have repeated those words, that there's serious opposition in this House. Yet the SDLP and support of Sinn Féin at the time, in the very place where the planning controls are held, or upheld recently voted against renewables in Derry and Strabane Council, that the policy would reaffirm its presumption against wind farms, was the title of the motion that the SDLP supported, therefore against renewables. So yet in this chamber, in front of the cameras and for everyone to see, they raise concerns about the rate of renewables growth and what the executive parties are doing to do it and do it about it. But when it comes to the place where they're not in opposition, but they're actually in control of planning policy, they oppose it. And I will give way to any of them if they want to explain how in here they say one thing and they say something different in the place where the planning conditions and planning things are held. I'll give way. An operational issue. Right, okay. So your council team was wrong then in the operational. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'll go through, but you know, the council team were either on a solo run, they either don't have a policy, or they're making a policy up on the hoof for their mini motions to bring into here. And we all want to see renewables brought forward, but we've got to get serious here. The industry needs the time and confidence that we will deliver. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, David. And I call on Emma Sharon. Emma, you only have 3 minutes.
I welcome the motion today. Welcome the opposition party bringing this item for discussion and their support and endorsement for a key programme for government commitment in terms of the Climate Action Plan and the agreed position of all executive parties around what we need to do in order to meet our net zero targets. And as outlined in the programme for government, we need to meet those targets in a way that is fair and just and that is affordable for houses, for homeowners and for businesses alike. I know that this has been a key priority for our Minister as well, and that work is ongoing on a renewable energy support scheme, because it is vital to not just encourage but actually to allow people and businesses to make the investment that we need to see in green energy if we're going to be successful. And as outlined, we do need the infrastructure in place in order to allow us to decarbonise our energy generation here, such as the aforementioned interconnector, and obviously we've always said that it would have been our preference that that would have been undergrounded. So I welcome today's debate and Gurmila Maigov.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Diana Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the proposers of the motion for bringing this today. I think we would all agree that a green energy transition is vital to help reach our climate targets and fulfil our statutory commitments as agreed by this Assembly. The climate crisis facing us today is bleak and calls for action. It is right that we aim to increase our renewable generation prior to 2030. However, we need to make sure we are approaching this in a way that means consumers don't pay the price in pursuit of these goals and that the savings promised are delivered. I share the concerns raised in my DUP colleague's amendment that costs to support this transition need to be evaluated and accounted for. It's no secret that Northern Ireland has found success in renewable energy generation, but this success is being held back by inadequate planning, inadequate infrastructure and by the dark cloud of RHI. If we are serious about our commitments to green energy generation, then we must recognise it won't deliver itself through words alone. Projects need long-term planning and, of course, the finance to support the transition. Therefore, it is imperative that the Northern Ireland Renewable Energy Support Scheme, now proposed to be renamed the Renewable Energy Price Guarantee, is delivered, but it needs to be balanced, fair and transparent, and one which supports smaller projects, even with financial assistance. The Department for the Economy must acknowledge the power generation in smaller projects, where almost 205 megawatts, or 15% of current wind generation in Northern Ireland, is from projects under 5 megawatts. Therefore, the insistence of a 5 megawatt entry point for scheme will only lead to a stagnation in generation due to complications and bottlenecks in planning across Northern Ireland. My party supports the call for lowering the entry point in the scheme to projects greater than 1 megawatt. I raised this with the then Minister Murphy in October last year, as I believe that every effort should be made to maximise new renewable regeneration on our grid in the next 5 years ahead of 2030. There is agreement that we must achieve 80% renewable energy by 2030. Members, this is less than 5 years away, and it is increasingly being acknowledged that this target cannot be reached by 2030. The foundations needed to achieve this should have been signed and sealed by now. I may not agree with the sentiments of our Chancellor at Westminster, but she is cutting the red tape and wants to unleash the potential in this sector. Can Northern Ireland follow suit? That is the question we need answered. On that note, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the proposers of the motion, and I will be supporting the balanced amendment from the DUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call on Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome support the motion. Growing our capacity to produce, store and distribute renewable energy is absolutely vital to our climate, our environment and our economy. It's alarming to see that the share of electricity consumption that comes from renewables has been steadily decreasing over the past few years. We should be well on our way to achieving the target of 80 by 30, but instead we are regressing. We know that many of the key growth sectors of the future come with even higher energy demands. We must be able to support them. But renewable energy is not just a means to an end. The renewable sector itself can make a huge difference to our economy. Renewables NI estimates that as little as 1.5 gigawatts of Northern Ireland offshore projects installed by 2032 could produce up to 2.4 billion gross added value in pounds for Northern Ireland companies and produce employment up to the equivalent of 32,400 people working full-time for a whole year. Many of these would be highly skilled and well-paid jobs. The offshore sector could give a real boost to coastal communities in my constituency. Much of the work involved in offshore renewables will be centred around the smaller ports and harbours that host offshore maritime services, bases and storage facilities. We already have a healthy sector and an innovative sector of small and medium-sized businesses in Kilkeel, which could latch on to offshore projects off the South Down and Northern Ireland coast. It would be absolutely transformative for South Down. The planning system is rightly referenced in this motion. Major planning applications have a 30-week target, but applications for wind farms take, on average, 3 years to be processed. That's much too long, and there's enough accountability in relation to these timelines. Our neighbouring jurisdictions, as already referenced, handle this much better. We also need to reform planning policy so that renewable applications stand a chance. At the moment, decarbonisation is not given enough weight, and a revised SPP.
And I appreciate the member giving way, and apologies for not being quicker to respond when his member invited, his colleague invited it. It was just digging out the piece to which he referred, wherein Council and Derry City and Strabane Council voted a presumption against any developments unless they would not adversely impact or erode the intrinsic appeal of the AONB. Now, Alliance don't have any councillors in Derry and Strabane, but they do have power in Deira. Can the Minister tell me if his party colleague, Minister for Agriculture and the Environment, will be changing Deira's approach to planning applications in AONBs?
And the member has an extra minute.
I'm not quite sure where that interjection came to me. Again, I'm not the Minister for the Environment, and I'm sure the member could raise that various means rather than interjecting. But anyway, we'll carry on. Where to get to now? Oh, that's right. Revised SPS for renewables and low carbon energy should have been published before Christmas to rectify this, yet 3 months on, we are still waiting for it. Infrastructure is also a big issue, both grid and storage. Every year, an increasing share of wind energy is lost because the infrastructure needed to store and distribute it efficiently isn't there. The North-South interconnector is a key piece of infrastructure, and it's absolutely vital to achieving the 80 by 30 target. To reducing energy waste and bringing down electricity prices. EirGrid now estimate that it will not be completed until 2031, which is much too late, and I understand the main delays are rooted south of the border. So I would urge the Minister to engage with her counterpart to ensure timely delivery on this essential piece of infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Andrew. I call on Mr. Gaston. Timothy.
Deputy Speaker. The wording of this motion before us should cause anyone supporting it, or indeed the amendments on the order paper, to pause for thought. I say that as this place has anything other than an impressive record when it comes to renewable energy. But such is the madness of many to be seen to be in tune with the green lobby that the mere mention of buzzwords like renewables will have them positively drooling at the prospect of being able to support it, regardless of any consequences. I remind the House that it was this spirit in the past which saw Stormont pass a renewable heat incentive, which resulted in cash for ash for those who abused the scheme, and importantly, those who didn't abuse the scheme having their promises from the then Minister, now Baroness Foster, having them promises broken. Turning to the amendment from the Alliance Party, I have deep concerns about its call for an upscaling of offshore renewable energy production. Should the Scottish Government's plans for a massive offshore wind farm go ahead, there is a very real possibility of the beautiful view from one of the jewels of natural beauty of my constituency being destroyed. Do we really want to pass a motion in this House which would give succour to those who want to construct a forest of wind turbines, spoiling the view from the Giant's Causeway? I certainly don't. The whole premise of green energy transition is flawed. I say that because there are fundamental basic questions which no one can answer. Can you provide any data on which the impact on global temperatures will be if Northern Ireland goes net zero? What about the whole of the UK? Why is Northern Ireland so keen to also appoint a climate change commissioner with a £1 million budget per annum and 15 staff, ahead of any other region of the UK? Members, I believe this is utter madness. Giving this commitment of public money 25 years from our commitment to net zero isn't best use of public money. But let's say one does accept the premise that man-made climate change is taking place. If one believes it is happening, is there anyone who would argue that the impact of Northern Ireland on the world temperatures is negligible? Let's look at China. As of 2019, the country's greenhouse gas emissions exceeded the combined emissions of the developed world. Happy to provide everyone else with their solar panels, but not interested in them using any of them themselves. With the Trump administration withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accords, it is time for even the eco-fanatics to face up to the truth that we shouldn't be doing damage to our economy by chasing the unicorn of our wee country having the impact on global temperatures, which will be negligible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Gasson. I call on the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
And I too welcome the opportunity to speak about this important issue. It is clear that we need to accelerate progress if we are to meet our climate targets and ensure energy security for the future. So I'm pleased that this Assembly has committed to supporting industry to increase renewable electricity capacity by 40% by the end of this mandate. Climate change is one of the defining challenges of our time, and moving away from fossil fuels is a vital part of the transition towards a more sustainable way of life. Our net zero targets are legal requirements, but more than that, they are a moral obligation to the well-being of future generations. We have made significant progress in deploying renewable generation. This is largely due to the NIRO, which helped to increase levels of renewable electricity consumption from around 3% in 2005 to 40% in 2018, meeting the 2020 40% target 2 years early. Since the closure of the NIRO, there has been no support scheme for the North, and we must now significantly increase renewable capacity to meet our 2030 legislative target. My department has been developing a new support scheme based on the Contracts for Difference mechanism commonly used in many countries to incentivise investment in renewable energy. This auction-based scheme is crucial in enabling the delivery of the 80% target. Unlike direct subsidy models, the NIRO, the contractual approach ensures that generators receive a stable and predictable revenue stream, whilst also shielding consumers from excessive price volatility. We are now in the delivery phase of the scheme, and I plan to bring primary legislation before the Assembly this year. with subordinate regulations to follow as we move towards implementation. The success of the support scheme and ultimately renewable targets are dependent on several factors that need collaboration across government, including the utility regulator and energy companies. And I hear the issues that David has raised, and I met with Renewable NI last week in relation to those as well. I obviously want to see the support scheme progress, but I did give a commitment that I would look at those in detail as we progress it. The Department for Infrastructure has revised its policy on renewable and low carbon energy so that it better supports the transition to net zero. I support the updated strategic planning policy statement on renewable and low carbon energy, and I hope that it will be considered by the Executive without any further delay. I also recognise that increasing renewable deployment must be matched by investment in infrastructure. Work is ongoing with key partners to ensure that our grid and energy systems are prepared to accommodate greater levels of clean energy. The utility regulator approved the Northern Ireland Electricity Network's RP7 business plan late last year. It allows for £2.23 billion of investment over the next 6 years for the operation and expansion of the electricity grid. It is the largest amount approved in our history and will go a long way to delivering the network that we need. We also need to continue to work with counterparts in the south to progress the north-south interconnector, which will benefit electricity consumers, increase security of supply and facilitate more renewable electricity onto the grid. Offshore development represents one of the biggest opportunities for renewable energy. My department is working closely with key stakeholders to ensure that we have the right policy, regulatory and market structures in place to enable offshore development for the North from 2030. Our Offshore Renewable Energy Action Plan, OREAP, has been collaboratively developed across departments and delivery partners, including the Crown Estate, DFI, DERA and industry. As part of this work, in February, my department launched a public consultation on the strategic environmental assessments for offshore renewable energy in our marine area. This consultation will help identify areas for potential development of offshore renewable energy. The renewable sector presents a significant economic opportunity, with an estimated pipeline of investment worth hundreds of millions of pounds in new projects. Since the Energy Strategy published in 2021, my department has taken forward several initiatives focused on providing financial assistance for energy efficiency and small-scale renewables. Over the past 4 years, an Energy Invest to Save fund has operated in the government estate and has supported over £73 million worth of energy projects, delivering cost savings across 8 departments, including health, infrastructure and education. Savings are currently valued at over £8 million annually, which includes revenue generation. This has been incredibly important at a time when all departments are facing financial constraints. In May 2024, Invest NI launched the Energy and Resource Efficiency Programme. This helps businesses to install energy-efficient equipment, including renewable technologies, whilst also supporting resource efficiency and offering technical support for businesses to go green. The programme has supported the wider business community to make savings at a time when operating costs are challenging. Turning to households, my department has worked with the utility regulator to provide £3.5 million in additional funding to the NISEP, the NI Sustainable Energy Programme, over the last 2 years. This funding has helped support insulation measures in 1,500 low-income households. Our programme for government commits us to decarbonisation and economic development through renewables. While challenges remain, we are taking positive steps through the Renewable Electricity Support Scheme, energy and resource efficiency and infrastructure investment. Ongoing collaboration across the Executive is also essential to ensure a sustainable, secure and affordable energy future. We must continue working together across government, industry and communities to seize the opportunities of the green energy transition. And I look forward to further engagement with members on these crucial issues.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Kelly Armstrong to wind and Kelly on amendment number 2. And Kelly, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and because I've only got 3 minutes, I'm going to speak really fast and I'm not going to take any interventions. Can I just start off by saying when King Charles confirmed his government and he gave a commitment to clean energy transition, I didn't see him salivating, so I just thought that would be worthwhile for Mr Gaston to maybe consider. But I rise to support the Alliance motion amendment today, which calls for urgent action to accelerate the delivery of the North-South interconnector, because without it, all of this is just words. Northern Ireland does stand at a crossroads. Our energy security, economic growth and environmental responsibilities demand that we take bold action to expand our renewable energy capacity, yet outdated planning policies remain a major obstacle to progress. Without reform, we risk installing investment, missing our climate targets and failing to provide affordable clean energy for households across our region. And I work on the Committee for Communities, and oh my goodness, fuel poverty is causing so much harm across our society. At present, the planning system is not fit for purpose when it comes to renewables. The Strategic Planning Policy Statement SPPS for Northern Ireland and the Planning Policy Statement 18 on renewable energy are outdated and do not reflect the scale of ambition required to meet our legally binding Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 commitments. If we are to achieve at least 80% renewable electricity by 2030, we must streamline planning proposals for wind, solar and emerging technologies such as battery storage and green hydrogen. We must also update the standards for what we are building, because there's no point in having a Minister for Communities with a housing strategy when it's pumping out houses that will still rely on oil and gas. Our neighbours across these islands are moving forward. The Irish Government has launched new offshore wind auctions under its Renewable Energy Support Scheme, while Scotland is rapidly expanding its offshore wind sector. Northern Ireland cannot afford to be left behind, and this is why I welcome the call in this motion for the introduction of a new Renewable Energy Support Scheme, one that will unlock investment, drive innovation and ensure that communities benefit from locally generated clean power. And wouldn't it be great if we could see Sony able to connect Drumlin Wind Energy Co-op and so on across Northern Ireland so that local communities are involved in this. A critical part of all of this is the North-South interconnector. This is a vital infrastructure will increase grid capacity, reduce consumer bills and enhance our energy security by allowing greater flows of renewable electricity across the island. Delays to this project are no longer acceptable. I fully support cross-border cooperation to accelerate its delivery and ensure our electricity market functions efficiently for all. I reiterate the call for the Minister to work along with other ministers, in particular the Minister for Infrastructure, to reform that planning policy in a way that balances environmental protections with the urgent need for energy transition. And I ask all to support the Alliance amendment here today, because without that interconnector, everything else is just words on a page. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Spot on. Deborah, can you wind on amendment number 1, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's important that we have such a debate in the Assembly chamber this afternoon to ensure that green energy transition does not create shocks in our system, and our amendment pinpoints where we need to do better to have that true just transition, including the fact that we've included the working together across departments with the Infrastructure Minister. I want to focus briefly on the impact that insufficient and ineffective planning policy has created in itself, which has been mentioned a number of times in the Chamber, but I want to give some focus to that in terms of figures, because it's no surprise that it is creating a delay in further decarbonisation of the network, which has been mentioned by my colleague Mr Middleton. The scale of the problem is huge and was laid bare in various pieces of written evidence to the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. Renewable NI report indicated that it was 1,136 days on average for onshore wind project planning permission in Northern Ireland between 2020 and 2023. That compares to 217 days in England and 413 days in the Republic of Ireland. And in their written evidence, SSE warned that planning policy will play a key role in delivering renewables targets and is a significant barrier to deployment in Northern Ireland, in their view. The stark reality is painted as well in the Accelerating Renewables report by KPMG, which surveyed developers, and the 82% said that Northern Ireland was currently not an attractive place to invest, and that was due to the lack of support that they felt was in planning. Cost is one such matter that was raised in this chamber today, and I want to give an example of NSERC, a business in my own constituency. I've met NSERC a number of times with my party leader as well. They want to continue to move to a greener form of manufacturing by investing in cleaner energy such as biomethane, which is now 3 times more expensive than natural gas. Therefore, this will lead to increased costs for our businesses, and ultimately that will be placed upon customers as they make bottles for a range of companies and household names. Therefore, a pricing and policy framework needs to be introduced so that businesses do not become uncompetitive here in Northern Ireland. And whilst they welcome the Department's recent call for evidence on biomethane, they want to see that policy area progressing. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend our amendment to the House.
Thank you, Deborah. I call on Patsy McClone. And Patsy, you've up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And could I start by saying thank you to everyone who has contributed to this debate. A very valuable debate. Indeed, it has flagged up a number of issues. But we'll pick up on them as we go through. My colleague Sinead did mention the issue of we're really falling behind in terms of the pace of development, the pace of delivery on the part of neighbouring jurisdictions. Climate targets at risk, excuse me, increased and depends on fossil fuels, outdated planning policies, need for increased commitment and scaling down our use of renewables instead of increasing and incentivising those. Investors going elsewhere, long-term support for stable costs of offshore wind, expansion of solar supplies, all of those things, the bureaucracy, the outdated policies, excuse me. And could I add just the policies and practices of the department? They're not just confined to renewables. There are many other areas, whether that be local development plans, whether that be other major issues that are called in to the department, where they seem to engage in interminable delays, and that is creating major problems, not just for renewable development, but for other developments elsewhere. I think there's a major project required there at the department solely on that. The planning system has been proven to be slower than a decade ago. Now, what we had was the review of public administration, which was supposed to lend at least some degree of improvements to how efficient our local authorities would be, including planning. It seems that that has got sucked back into the bad old ways of what it was with the department. Gary Middleton there referred to a just and affordable transition. It should be said that, and while there's been a lot of debate in the Assembly here on what just transition is, with a focus on just transition where it applies to agriculture, just transition applies to every single walk of life and every single department in here. So I would just remind members that when you talk about just transition, it's not just the Department for Infrastructure, it's not just DERA, it's every single department that your colleagues are sitting on. Your colleagues are sitting, you're at the helm, including finance and other bodies. So it's up to you to lobby your colleagues to make sure that just transition is not only financed, but is implemented, and to allow us to move to a future where people, whether that be the farming community, whether that be businesses, whether that be people with disability or indeed transportation difficulties, that transition is smooth for them. So just remember that, members. The KPMG have referred to, and Gary Middleton referred to this, the lack of growth and halting growth in the green sector. David Honeyford, again, and I do welcome the amendment, even though you had a wee touch at ourselves, but my good comrade Mark here has given you a sufficient rebuttal there, maybe for food for thought with your party colleague. Well, I can, yes, indeed. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. I've just went down a bit of a rabbit hole. Would the member share my shock, horror and surprise at discovering that Alliance councillors had voiced concern and opposed a wind farm in Mid and East Antrim Council a couple of years ago?
And the member has an extra minute.
What do I say? What do I say? What do I say? Oh, dearie, dearie me, tut, tut. But to get back to the serious matter, I do welcome your amendment. Sorry, I think I'm running out of time here, Gary, David. I do welcome your amendment about the all-island approach to this. Yes, that's very important, especially when we have the rest of our island way ahead of us, absolutely way ahead of us. Again, because of efficient, good government, and the department itself, well, it needs to get its act together. We accept that. And companies about to draw a line across Northern Ireland, you referred to that. You referred to they're moving to invest in the rest of the island and in Scotland, and planning again a major issue. Emma Sheeran, again, Emma did welcome the motion and the need for the programme for government to make investments. Diana Armstrong, yes, and I do get your point. You did make the point about just transition, but I also do get your point there about support for smaller projects. Indeed, because the cumulative benefit of all of them is very, very important. And those projects should be nurtured as well, because we know in Northern Ireland here, small business sector is crucially important to us all. Andrew did again refer to the issue with the planning sector and major planning applications. It's back to the department. The RHI, Timothy over there did refer to RHI and broken promises, but I think maybe I have to take a wee bit of deep breath here and say we did have a storm recently. We have had serious rainfalls, and there's melting of the polar ice caps. That's all. We all have a collective responsibility to do what we can to prevent that. And the Minister did refer to a number of issues there, like meeting targets, cross-government collaboration. And Minister, back to that again, I do emphasise that point. When it comes to just transition, it's just not talking the talk. It's making sure that every single department works up its policies to ensure that we do justly transition to a new future where we're looking ahead to what it might be potentially in 50 or 100 years' time, and have a future for our young people. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Gary Middleton and Deborah Erskine, be made. All those in favour say aye. All those contrary? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Order. Members, the question is that Amendment number 1, standing in the names of Gary Middleton and Deborah Erskine, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Thank you. Robbie. Excellent. Good to see everybody here. Right. Order. Tellers been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and Gary Middleton. Tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Thank you. Order. Member, could you please... Mr. Bettleman, there we go. Order. Excellent. Members, thank you for resuming your seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
48 members voted. 27 members voted aye. 21 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. The question is that the motion as amendment be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? Thank you, Mr. Gaston, for your contribution. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And Mr. Gaston, your contribution has been noted. Thank you very much indeed. The motion, therefore, has now been passed. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.